Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this fine evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. The temperature will be recorded as 17 degrees Celsius. Shall we get a look at the changes on the card this evening? And not a lot of changes. Note in race one, we have claims on 2, 3, and 4, a single claim on each. In the second race, just a note, number 2, Melise, did not race September the 6th. No missing line. Race number 3, number 1, Emblanette, has a bridle change. Blind bridle to blinkers. Blind bridle to blinkers on Emblanette in the third. Race number 4, number 2, Rubble on the double. The driver will be Colin Kelly. Colin Kelly drive the 2 in the fourth. Race 5, no changes. No changes, race 5. Race number 6. Note the number 1, War We Whiz. An equipment change. Can't see back to blind bridle. That's can't see back to blind. And just in the 6th, note the number 8, Jula Magician. Races for the trailer post. Trailer post for 8, Jula Magician in the 6th. And races 7 through 10 of no changes. No changes. Races 7 through 10. Those are all the changes that we have at this moment. Once again, note in race 1, claims on 2, 3, and 4, a single claim. And in race number 2, number 2, Melise, did not race on September the 6th. It is currently 17 minutes to post time. Time to welcome in my co-host and handicapping expert, Robert Ray Jr. How are you doing, Robert?
Doing very well, Gary. Today was a bit of an emotional day, though, in my household because my son had his first day of school. So some tears were shed, and not by Robbie, actually. That was by Mummy and Daddy. But he's got the first day down, and many more to come now. But yeah, first day of school. They grow up so fast. But now it's time for a wonderful Wednesday night at Grand River Raceway, folks, in beautiful Elora, Ontario. We've got 10 races on this card for you, and we've got really 3 feature races tonight. So we've got a Division of the Prospect Series in race 2 for 2-year-old filly trotters. We've got the Filly Mares Preferred 3 in race 3, and then race 8, one of my favorite dashes here at Grand River, the Preferred for trotters, Preferred 2 and 3, and this time it's handicapped by earnings last 3, so an interesting element being thrown into it this time around for that race. Of course, we've got some fun wagers, the Super High 5 in races 6 and 10. That's one of my favorites, as well as the Pick 5, which starts off in the opener. The guaranteed pool is $2,500. Gary and I have some tickets mapped out for you. We'll come back in just a few moments and share them.
The Ontario Select Sale returns in 2021. The sale will be held September 26th at Winback Farm of Canada in Inglewood, Ontario. The sale will be live and have online bidding available. It also features first Ontario crop yearlings from My MVP. Sale consignment also highlighted by yearlings from Art Speak, Better Than Cheddar, and Shadow Play. For more information, visit OntarioSelectYearlingSale.com.
All right, folks, just about 8 minutes to our first race of the evening. What that means, it's pick 5 time, guaranteed pool of $2,500. But I see that there's already just under $3,500 in the pool. And on Wednesday nights, we at Grand River, take the center stage for harness racing in Ontario, and we usually get much bigger pools in that pick 5 wager on nights like tonight. So make sure you start mapping out your tickets. Gary and I have, mapped out some suggested tickets for you, and I'm going to get started first with mine. And I'm spending a little more than I've been spending the last few times this evening because I really like the sequence. And I'm going to start off with a single. And that horse is going to be number 2, Victoria Has a Secret. Gary and I both noted how well she raced last time from post 8. She got away 6th when an overland journey, ended up finishing 4th, and not one that usually closes into them, one that usually beats them with speed. I love Victoria Has a Secret in the opener. I like Secretly Flashy as a horse because I was on that one last time in a big way, but I'm going to single Victoria Has a Secret in her first start for New Connections. She's claimed again tonight. Inside post to work from, I think, will be flying off the gate. That's my single. Now we're going to spread out and look for some prices. Race number 2, we got Young Filly Trotters going to go 3 deep with the 1, 2, and 4. Molise is my top selection, number 2, but who knows, right? We want to try to get a price down in that leg. And then race number 3, Philly and Mare's Preferred 3, going 4 deep with the 2, 3, 4, and 5. So keeping it, inside numbers. And my top selection is number 4, Born a Dragon. But I think this is a pretty solid field and a competitive group. So if we get one of the bigger prices down from those 4 horses, I think we might be doing okay. And then race number 4, 3 deep. This is on the trot. And Run Like Hill is my top selection. But the horse that I'm interested in is number 7, Blogmaster. Difficult post to work from, but I think that one might provide some value in the pick 5 wager. Also using number 5, Stonebridge Nitro. So 3 deep there. And then the last leg, I'm a big fan of number 3, Lifelong Dream. I thought this mare had all kinds of pace in her latest when she was closing in the Philly Mare's Preferred 3 and ended up getting a check on the end of it. But I also think you need to use Dress to the Nines. First time Kyle Bossens and Colin Kelly aboard for the first time as well. And just think you need to use that one, rock solid connections. And I'm not going to have that one beat me, that's for sure. So using the 3, 5 in there, that creates a ticket of $14.40 for a 20-cent wager. But let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us on this wonderful Wednesday.
Well, Rob, a little bit different. And by the way, I also have some problems in how I sent my picks in. So actually, they're slightly different in what we see on the screen. So in the first race, I have the 2 and the 3. So I've added number 3, Secretly Flashy. So 2, Victoria Has a Secret, but I'm going also with Secretly Flashy just because that one's beat Victoria Has a Secret on that last one. Or yes, so still has a decent shot in there. The second race, I have just the 2 and the 4, Molise and Tioga Sunshine. Molise and Tioga Sunshine, the only couple in that one. And then 3 horses, the 2, 3, and 4. I don't have the 5 Custard Light, but I think the main ones are the 2, 3, and 4. Raisin a Rocket, Hello Love, and Born a Dragon. Then a couple of horses in race number 4. I have the 3, Run Like Hill, and 5, Stonebridge Nitro, the 3 and 5. You've also got the 7, Blogmaster, but I didn't go that deep. And then a couple of horses in race number 5. I have actually the 2, Dixie Star, and 5, Dress to the Nines, the 5 and the 2. So 48 combinations, $9.60. And my apologies, I sent in the information with a mistake in it and handicapped Christine's ability to put the information up there. But really, what they really only needed to see, Rob, was your picks because you're the one that's really the expert here.
Well, look at that. It's the first day of school, and Gary Guy already, didn't score aces on an assignment, Gary. Poor Christine had to work that out. But listen, it's okay because, Gary, tonight we've got 24 combinations to actually both be winners, which is kind of exciting. That's the most we've ever had. So I would say that, yes, our tickets are different, but they are similar. And, of course, I am cheering that we both end up in the winner's circle because I am a team player. But let's take a look now at this opener. We got 3 minutes to post. We've got Trotters. It is a claiming condition race. The price tag is $15,000. The condition is downwards of $70,000 life. And we got 3 claims in the race, and it's my top 3 selections. Number 2, Victoria Has a Secret, though, is my top pick with a bullet. Reason why? Well, last time had the 8-hole, closed up nicely. And, that's not really her scene at all. She's a speedster. Now she's got post 2. She's going to be sent to the lead tonight. I'd almost guarantee it. And first start off the claim and last start for these connections, maybe the last, but it'll be a one and done for now for Francis Guillemets. And I think that, his numbers have been fantastic this year. 364 average. Claimed Arrakis off Richard Moreau, and that horse has gone to the preferred and won 4 of his last 8. So I'm a big supporter of number 2, Victoria Has a Secret, here in the opener. And in for second, number 3, Secretly Flashy, who I was all over last time. And she got hammered down to 3-5, which was much to my dismay because I thought she'd be a price in that start. And she raced fantastic, but the problem is she's going to be at a huge pace disadvantage to Victoria Has a Secret because she doesn't have a lot of speed. She's going to get away, probably, post 3 might get her away 3rd or 4th, but even then, she's going to have to try to run down the leader, which I don't think she's going to be able to do tonight. But she is my second selection, Secretly Flashy, and I am a fan of the horse overall. Number 4, The Reins of Titan, another one that I've been fond of lately. So this has been tough for me with 3 horses that I'm really liking in the last few weeks. And this one's claimed as well. Finished second last time off a 2-hole trip. I thought the Reins of Titan was going to get there, but Twin Bee Hugs fended him off at the wire by half a length. And 5-1 on the board right now, and the Reins of Titans a pretty solid price. Another one that's claimed. There is no tomorrow for the current connections. And then number 5, Mac Justice. I was on this one last time, said I'd come back to him this time, but the problem for Mac Justice tonight is that this is really a tough group that he's hooked in here. I think that the 3 inside of him are all real difficult opponents. And I could only put him in the 4th spot. 40-1 on the board right now. I think Mac Justice might be one that gets a win in this class sooner or later, but I just struggle with it being tonight with the quality of field that we have here this evening. All right, well, they're moving on to the track for the opener. We'll come back and talk about it more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field 4, race 1 on parade. 1, Archie Hills. Steve Houdon for Gino Toscani. Number 2, Victoria Has a Secret. Travis Cullen for Francis Guillemette and All-Star Farms. Number 3, Secretly Flashy. Scott Golder for Dennis Morrissey. Number 4, The Reins of Titan. Natasha Day for Marissa Miller and Ezra Andy Miller. No claims on 2, 3, and 4. 5, Mac Justice, Brent Puller for Karen McIntyre and Daniel McIntyre. And number 6, You Could Be That Girl, Ryan DeRoche for Dolores Barcelona and Laces Racing. It is a field of 6 for race number 1. Shall we get a look at this field? Number 2, Victoria Has a Secret. Travis Cullen for Francis Guillemette. And, certainly I think we know where this one's headed. That last race, as you mentioned, we love that start from post 8. Not easy to do the job that she did. But now from post position 2, I think we know what the plan is. And there we see, Rob, this one scoring down.
Yeah, right away I love that Travis Cullen right away turns her and is going to score her down now. And yeah, she's been one that's been dangerous on the front end every time she gets to the lead. And last time raced against her usual style and still turned her into good effort. In fact, I think I left her out of my top 4 on that occasion, saying that, you know what, she's just not one that can race from off the pace. Well, she did. And she raced pretty well to finish 4th in there. And now she moves to connections that, I just referenced, Arrakis, one that got claimed off Richard Moreau and has won 4 of his last 8. In the preferred over at Georgian Downs. So I think that, this one looks like should be pretty strong tonight. Gets the post advantage, looks good on the track, and 6-5 on the board right now is the price that I was expecting. But, Secretly Flashy, if you remember, Gary, I was very fond of this mare last time, and she got way over bet to 3-5, and she's not a slouch and has a chance in here as well.
Well, and you see 2 wins in the past 3 starts, and did beat Victoria Has a Secret, and didn't need the front to do it. Got away from post 2, getting away 5th. So Secretly Flashy could overhaul Victoria Has a Secret. The thing to note also, when you make the front in a smaller field, a field of 6, I think it's a little easier to wire a smaller field because usually everybody finds a seat. You don't get a horse getting parked and then forcing the issue.
Yeah, very true. And that's what I was thinking about in this contest tonight. Secretly Flashy might not have as much ground to make up, but the pace might actually be slower. So I just don't know if she can get there in time. She gave me a heart attack last time. I didn't think she was getting there. I don't think any of us did. And then she lunged right at the wire to win by half a length. Would I be surprised if Secretly Flashy wins? Not at all. I just think it's going to be Victoria Has a Secret tonight.
Number 4, the Reigns of Titan, is one that a couple races weren't quite what we expected, but came back with a strong one last time out. A pocket ride to Twinbee Hugs, and Twinbee Hugs was good in that one, and the Reigns of Titan was right there closing to finish, beaten just half a length.
Yeah, we were liking this one at real long odds, if you remember, 3 and 4 starts back, and then the price got progressively shorter, and the Reigns of Titan actually raced progressively better. And last time, I thought he might get by. He ended up getting turned away by just half a length, but it was a solid effort. I just think he's another one that's at a post disadvantage today. With Victoria Has a Secret drawing inside, I don't think he can get the lead off that one. And I don't know, how else the race kind of makes up for the Reigns of Titan, but I certainly think he's one that you need to use in the exotics.
And you went to number 5, Mac Justice, on the bottom. Only one top 3 finish in 14 this year, but it was a win. But that's a while back now. At Sarnia, July the 10th, was a front-end win. But Mac Justice shows some flashes in spots.
His last 2 here at Grand River were deceptively good. So if you go to the start on August the 18th, tried to blast out, and got up all the way to 4th before taking back to last. At that point, has absolutely no chance, and it was used pretty hard early on to try to get up close. 29-second opening quarter for himself, and then last time got stuck on the pylons and really never got a chance to race. And I was on him as my top selection that day at 10-1. And now, though, the problem for me is he draws post 5 and outside of some of these ones. I think this one has enough speed that he might blast off the gate and try to get spotted, and I think you can get a piece of it at 16-1.
And one Archie Hill was a winner in this class 3 races ago. The last 2 races didn't work out well, but Archie Hill offers 9-1 inside post position. Interesting to see how he fares.
Yeah, not a bad spot for him now getting the pole position. 10-1 on the board, though. It's a far cry from 71-1. Always hate giving back that kind of value.
It's a field of 6 for race number 1, first of 10 on a Wednesday night. A wonderful Wednesday at the river. Archie Hill, Victoria Has a Secret on the inside. Secretly Flashy, the Reigns of Titan in the center. On the outside, Mac Justice, You Could Be That Girl. Field of 6, race 1. Here they come. Field of 6 for the first race. And Victoria Has a Secret and Secretly Flashy getting out. The Reigns of Titan. Archie Hill along to the inside. Mac Justice, You Could Be That Girl. Victoria Has a Secret has the lead. And Secretly Flashy is able to squeeze into the pocket. And Archie Hill is racing third. Then the Reigns of Titan and Mac Justice and You Could Be That Girl. Victoria Has a Secret is 1-5 on the board and leads as they race to the opening quarter. Secretly Flashy is second. Archie Hill is third. And then the Reigns of a Titan, Mac Justice, and You Could Be That Girl. Victoria Has a Secret. 28-3 the opening quarter. Secretly Flashy is keeping a close watch, and Archie Hill is racing third. The Reigns of Titan is fourth. Then Mac Justice and You Could Be That Girl. Field of 6 as they come off the turn. Victoria Has a Secret and Travis Cullen fronts the field as they race up towards the half. Secretly Flashy in the pocket is right there biding time. Archie Hill is racing on the inside third. The Reigns of Titan is now going to angle to the outside, being followed by You Could Be That Girl, and Mac Justice is on the inside, trailing the field. 59-2 is the halftime. A 30-4 second panel breather. for Victoria Has a Secret. Secretly Flashy is looking to stay close and try to mount a challenge against Victoria Has a Secret. Those two have separation on the field now. Archie Hill to the inside third. The Reigns of Titan is racing fourth, and then Mac Justice, and You Could Be That Girl. Victoria Has a Secret as they race on to three quarters. Now leads it by two as they hustle on up to three quarters. 1:28 and 4. Victoria Has a Secret. Secretly Flashy is getting a little closer and getting some urging from Scott Coulter now to try to close that gap right now, as it is Victoria Has a Secret and Secretly Flashy to settle things. And then Archie Hill, the Reigns of Titan, Mac Justice, You Could Be That Girl on down the stretch route. Victoria Has a Secret and Secretly Flashy. Victoria Has a Secret. Secretly Flashy is getting closer and is going to come on by and take it from Victoria Has a Secret. Then it was Archie Hill, and fourth was the Reigns of Titan. Well, the odds were 1-5 on the board on two Victoria Has a Secret, so we probably saw some pick five tickets go down as Secretly Flashy was able to come on by, Rob. And I thought it was interesting that Scotty Coulter got this one away sitting the pocket because he knew he wanted to be close.
Yeah, when he got away in the pocket, I said, okay, well, it could be a big problem for Victoria Has a Secret. The reason being was, if you remember last time, Secretly Flashy really kicks in about halfway down the stretch. She did the exact same thing last time when she was a winner from a little bit further off the pace. She finds another gear, and Victoria Has a Secret. You can see Travis went to the stick a little bit earlier than I expected. The plugs came out down the backside, and she just wasn't able to hold Secretly Flashy off. And what looked like a race that I thought Victoria Has a Secret would have a big pace advantage, and she did. I mean, she got a second quarter breather. Everything kind of went her way, but the one thing I wasn't sure that could happen is Secretly Flashy getting away in the two-hole, and Scotty Coulter did that and ended up timing it perfectly.
Yeah, he had to make sure that he left well enough to squeeze in there. It was there was just enough room, not any more than enough, but it was a great steer by Scotty Coulter to make sure that he could leave well enough. He knew that Victoria Has a Secret was going to make the lead, but he knew where he wanted to be, and he got the job done.
Yeah, definitely. And you called it too, Gary. You said that in these races there's not a whole lot of movement, and there wasn't really, and it just came down to the top two, and you're going to have a sprint to the finish between the two of them, and Secretly Flashy got the better of that, sprint to the wire, and Archie Hill just sat third, finished there, and the Reigns of Titan did move first over, but didn't lose a position after getting away fourth. So that's what sometimes happens in these compact fields.
Well, wheeling back in front of us, the winner of race number 1. It is number 3, Secretly Flashy, a 5-year-old Dewey Cheatham and Howe chestnut mare. Owned and trained by Dennis Morrissey. Scott Coulter is the winning driver. Secretly Flashy is now a 4th win this year, 9th lifetime, 159-1. The first race payouts. Number 3, Secretly Flashy, $6.90. 262.22. Victoria Has a Secret, $210, $220. And 1 Archie Hill, $3.40. $2 exactor, $8.60. $1 try, $17.75. The $1 super, $38.75. The first race order finish from the tops at 3, 2, 1, 4, 5, 6. That's 3, 2, 1, 4, 5, 6. And the claims. Number 2, Victoria Has a Secret, the new owner and trainer, Brittany Kennedy. Number 3, Secretly Flashy, the owner Ron Nobes, Michelle Letarte, and Jean Allard. The trainer Brett Lester. And number 4, The Reigns of Titan. The new owner will be Carmelo Shime and the trainer Gerard Demers.
All right. Well, Secretly Flashy getting the job done in the opener keeps Gary alive in the pick 5, but not yours truly. So I will cheer for Gary, and I hope that you're alive as well. Good luck if you are. Moving on to race number 2. It is our one and only division of the Prospect Series tonight for 2-year-old trotting fillies. And we got just a field of 5. But these are sometimes some tricky races to handicap because, well, a lot of these horses either haven't raced or when they have raced, they've made breaks in stride because they're just youngsters. And I went to number 2, Molise, and 5 to 2 on the board right now. This is a Rick Zeron, first-time starter now. She was actually entered to race on September the 6th here at Grand River against older horses. Now, this is a much better spot for her against, fellow 2-year-olds in the Prospect Series. And I thought this one qualified, well enough in those 2 qualifying efforts. The August the 31st is the one with more recency. And I thought it was a decent line against some pretty solid rivals. So, I see we're all picking Molise on top in here. And, well, 2 to 1 on the board, that would kind of tell me that price will probably come down a little lower before post time. But I did think she was the one that stood out to me. But I also, I don't mind number 1, Digital Footprint. Has the pole position, which I don't usually like for young trotters because sometimes they get a little bit, I guess scared being, on the against the pylons with horses to their outside, but at the start. But this one did qualify, decently at Kawartha Downs, and if you look at the winner of that qualifier, well, you would certainly be happy to bet that one in here. She got beat 21 3/4 lengths, but I just think that she might be okay against this group. And if she can just, mind her manners at the start, she might get away well enough to keep the leader in striking range. And if she does, then, maybe she can get the better of this group. 7 to 1 on the board. I think maybe that is the value right now. Number 1, Digital Footprint. Number 4, Tioga Sunshine, one that has the most or the second most experience in the field with 3 lifetime starts. And, there was a decent one finishing second in the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots at Hanover on August the 14th. And if she can come back to that effort, well, she'd be tough to beat in here. She does not show any breaks on her card, which is a very positive thing in a field like this. So if you're looking for one that's kind of been steady, but only has 1 second and 3 starts, that might be the one for you. 7-5 on the board right now. I'd be looking for more like 2-1 or slightly higher than that on number 4, Tioga Sunshine. And then number 3, Arcana. This Keith Jones trotting filly, has made breaks in each of her efforts. Now 2 back when Keith Jones was also aboard to drive. It was an interference break at the start. So, maybe you could look at this and say, well, maybe, Keith can keep her trotting tonight. She was a $25,000 yearling, so one that might be bound for better things when she does find her best. 22-1 on the board right now. Not a bad price really when you think about it, because if she could ever just mind her manners tonight, we might see a much better version than what we've seen so far from that one. But I'm going to stick with number 2, Molise on top, especially at 6-5 now. Well, I was hoping for a better price than that, but she'll probably continue to take support till post time. And we'll come back and talk about this division of the Prospect Series with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the second on parade 1, Digital Footprint. Nick Boyd for Mike Smith and Sandra Smith. Number 2 is Molise. It's Rick Ziron for John Donato. And 3, Arcana, Keith Jones for Doug McCarthy. 4 is Tioga Sunshine, Travis Henry for Harry Polton and the stable. And number 5, City Lady, Chris Matthews for Nelson White and Vicky White. Field of 5 trotters, the Prospect Series. And Rob, when I was sorting these ones out, the first thing I did is I went to the 3 that don't show any X's on their dance card. So I wound up with the 1, 2, and 4. But then I like the idea that 2 Molise is a first-time starter and has the quickest qualifier between the 2 that are first-time starters. So 2 Molise gets the edge there and is right now on the board at even money. And there's right now a look at number 4, Tioga Sunshine. But 2 Molise and Rick Ziron, the first one we'll talk on, even money.
Yeah, I think that Molise deserves to take, action in here. And one that I actually had my top 3 facing older horses on September 6th before being scratched out of that contest in favor of this one. She looks pretty good on the track right now. She's raring to go for trainer-driver Rick Ziron. And, listen, the qualifiers that she's, when she finished 3rd in last time, that effort might be good enough to win in here. And, that was still just a practice race with no money on the line. So I did put her on top, but hey, listen, this is 2-year-old trotting fillies and anything can happen.
The other first-time starter is one, Digital Footprint, gets the inside post. And actually, after relaxing away in the first part of that qualifier, the back half is pretty solid and did throw in a 29 4 third panel. Digital Footprint from the inside in this spot. Now, maybe we don't like inside posts for young ones, but field of 5. How do you think Digital Footprint will fare?
Well, I'm hoping that she can get away well. And right now, taking support, right? That's a positive sign. 3-1 on the board, opened off around 9-1, and now maybe getting closer to post time. If she continues to take this kind of action, it might be a good sign. It just went up to 5-1, but I think the key for her is staying flat off the gate. That's usually the hardest part for one that has the pole position. Even that first turn when they kind of get a little bit crowded. But I thought that qualifier was a lot better than it looks on paper. And hoping that she can show that tonight. Nick Boyd was aboard for that qualifier, so he got to know her in that effort. And who knows, maybe they have a chance to cause the upset tonight right now at 5-1 with a pair of horses taking a lot of support.
Now, number 4, Tioga Sunshine, is one that's had 3 starts. You don't see any X's on the dance card. A couple in the grassroots, even second in a grassroots mile at Hanover, so that's a good measuring stick. That last one was here, so it's been around this track, stayed flat, post 8, so you can excuse finishing 5th.
Yeah, there's a big difference too between the grassroots, the prospect series, obviously, right? That's like the mid tier for the OSS, and this is kind of the junior group or the beginner type group. And I would say that if you look at that second place finish at Hanover in the grassroots, and we were to see that similar performance tonight, should be pretty tough to beat. The start here, it was from the 8 hole, so we can certainly forgive her for that. And I would say probably racing against probably. Similar rivals to what she faces tonight, but has a better post from post 4 and not as big as a field. I don't like even money though, Gary. Molise I figure would be around 6-5, but I thought that this one should be more like 2-1.
And number 3, Arcana, might be every bit as talented as the first 3 we mentioned, but a lot of X's on that dance card. Now, one of them an equipment break, and the other one is an interference break. Arcana, if she could put it together, she could score at a price 19-1.
And most expensive yearling purchase in the race. So, who knows? Maybe she's bound for better things, and we just haven't seen it yet, right? Because she just hasn't been able to stay flat. And this is going to be the softest group she's ever raced against. There's no question about that. And sometimes that causes horses to stay on their gate just because they don't have to go as fast. So it'll be interesting to see how Arcana does. Right now at 19-1, that's certainly one that I wouldn't have any problem with taking a shot on and being willing to throw the money away if it doesn't work out.
Well, that first qualifier, July the 16th, qualified in 2:02 and sprinted out to the lead with a 29-4 opening quarter. So Arcana, if she can stay flat, she's well worth a shot at 22-1, especially considering the 2 and 4 that we like a little bit in here, both getting hammered down, and maybe with young trotters, it's better to take a flyer on a price. It's a field of 5 for the second race, the Prospect Series. On the inside, Digital Footprint, Molise. In the center, Arcana. To the outside, Tioga Sunshine and City Lady. Field of 5 for the second race. They're at the start, and they're off. Molise will get out well. Arcana is also driving it on the outside, racing well as they race on into that turn. Is Tioga Sunshine, but it is Arcana, Tioga Sunshine. Molise is racing third on the pylons, and then fourth is Digital Footprint, and City Lady is racing fifth. Tioga Sunshine continues to drive on the outside, and Arcana is on the inside, making Tioga Sunshine work, and is parking out Tioga Sunshine right now, who leads a length and a quarter. Tioga Sunshine and Travis Henry makes the lead, but Arcana is right there and goes off stride after being in a good position. So now inheriting second is Molise, and then City Lady, and then Digital Footprint. But it is Tioga Sunshine who had to work hard to make the lead, but has a nice little lead as they race off the turn, and they come on towards us. And then it is Molise racing second, City Lady third, then Digital Footprint, and back to the trailer Arcana after that break at the quarter. 29-3 was the quarter. Half was 101-1, and they raced their way on into the backstretch. Tioga Sunshine, Molise is making steady headway. Tioga Sunshine and Molise, and racing third is City Lady, and then well back Digital Footprint and Arcana. On down the backstretch they go. Tioga Sunshine leads it by a length and 3/4. Molise is right there looming in the pocket, and City Lady isn't that far back, is only about 3.5 off the lead of Tioga Sunshine. 3/4 in 1:33, and it's still Tioga Sunshine who is shining in the second and leads by 2.5 lengths. Molise is second, and then racing third, City Lady, as the field is about to turn for home. Tioga Sunshine, who was used a bit going to the opening quarter. The lead is diminishing now. Here comes Molise on the inside. Tioga Sunshine to the outside. Molise, Tioga Sunshine, and Molise as they come to the finish. Tioga Sunshine was able to hold on. Molise was a chasing second. City Lady third, and Digital Footprint fourth. 2:03 and 3. Well, Rob, the tote board had the 2 and 4 fairly close on the tote board. Tioga Sunshine was the better of the two, especially when you consider the work that Tioga Sunshine had to do there going to the opening quarter.
Yeah, and it's interesting because in both races so far, we've seen two horses take the bulk of the support, and the bigger price of the two ends up winning. Tioga Sunshine gets the job done here, and yeah, Arcana ended up stretching her out, and I would like to see what would have happened there if Arcana had stayed flat. Or I think Keith Jones wanted to cut it. I think he felt that his best chance tonight was to cut it, and maybe she would be more comfortable on the lead. She looked pretty good until she made that miscue, so I'll be watching for Arcana next time. But yeah, Tioga Sunshine, had to deal with that early. Finally got around that rival. Did obviously get some pretty soft middle panels, but when Molise came to call, she could not get to this one at the wire, and it ends up being a favorite, a pretty chalky exacta.
And one thing to note, the inquiry sign is up retaining to number 1 Digital Footprint and a possible pylon violation on the first turn. Number 4, Tioga Sunshine was able to do that work early and still fend off Molise late. I kind of thought maybe Molise, when we got to the top of the stretch and got close, maybe Molise was able to get the better of Tioga Sunshine. I was really impressed that one still had that much left.
Yeah, she was reeling her in at a rapid rate, and I'll agree. Even about a third of the way down the stretch, I thought she was just gonna, trot right on by. But Tioga Sunshine, had other ideas and held that one off. Now this one's got more experience, of course. 3 starts under her belt going into this, and Melissa first time starter, so maybe that one's still trying to figure out what to do out there. And next time she might be a little bit better. So I'll be watching for her, next time because getting an education is a big part of this game.
And I want to watch for Arcana because got off the gate very well. And at some point when Arcana is able to stay flat, I think there's a lot of ability there.
There might be. Yeah, I agree. And I was hoping that maybe she'd get to the lead be able to just cut a mile and see what happens. But of course, she got relegated to the 2-hole, made a break. But we'll watch her for next time.
Number 4, Tioga Sunshine, the winner, a 2-year-old Muscle Mass Bay filly, owned by the stable, trained by Harry Polton. Travis Henry, the winning drive. First win for Tioga Sunshine, 203-3. Fans note as it pertains to the inquiry, the judge's ruling that one digital footprint did not violate the pylon regulations. First race payouts for Tioga Sunshine, 440 270 220 to Molise 280 220 5 City Lady 310 $2 exactor 860 dollar try 1165 dollar super at 2135. The second race order finish from the top 42513. That's 42513.
right, folks. Well, it's time for race number 3. That means it's the start of our early pick 4 wagers. Start mapping out your tickets for as low as 20 cents. Hopefully, you can map out a winner. If you're live in the pick 5 as well, hopefully you get 2 favorites beat so far. Second favorite in each of those legs, but hey, that should certainly eliminate some tickets. So good luck if you're still alive in there. We've got Philly Mares Preferred 3, our first of 2 preferreds on the card this evening. And, well, I went to number 4, Born a Dragon, because last time on September the 1st here, in hours of 2000, last 3, she was a dominant force. She got away. She moved first over, and she blew her rivals off the track. She won by 5 lengths. She could have probably won by many more if Travis Cullen wanted to do so, because she was under a tight hold right to the wire. Right now, even money on the board. That's no surprise to me. Moving up into the preferred ranks, but if you look at all of her lines prior to that one, I mean, she was just plunging down in class, and was competitive in numbers of 5,000 last 5 at Mohawk Park, and further down racing even much higher than that, and getting pieces. So I loved what I saw last time, and think that she'll be difficult to beat again this time moving into the preferred ranks. Right now, 6-5 on the board. I think she'll continue to take support right until post time in this opening leg of the early pick 4. Number 2, Raise and a Rocket. Well, last time, post 8 and flew late to get up for second in this class to I Wish You Well. And me and Gary both made note of this horse's closing effort. 2 back, kind of ambushed the leader, Outlaw I'm a Hot Vixen, and then got the better of that one because she had the point and the advantage turning for home, held on by a neck. And now with post 2, best post that she's had here in her last 2 at Grand River. She had post 8, post 6. Now gets to work from an inside draw and really should have every chance to win. And even money on the board, I would say that's a bit of an underlay on Raising a Rockets. We might see that price, though, move up before post time. I see Ontario Racing puts that one on top, and everyone else puts her either second or third. In for third, I went to number 3, Hello Love. One that last time in numbers of 9,000 last 5 at Mohawk Park finished last in a field of 10. But before that was a winner, and a gritty winner, overland victory, won by half a length, 53-2. That was in the bottom condition over at Mohawk Park. And, Hello Love is a horse that's competed at much, much higher levels than that, and much higher levels than this. So if she can find her best stride or anything close to it tonight, she is a big-time overlay at 7-1 on the board right now. And I'd be shocked if that price held up. Trainer Sean Stacey will be at the controls this evening. We've got an inside post to work from, and I think one of the main chances in the contest. Number 5, Custard Light, a long shot play for me. One that I did use in my pick 5 ticket as a potential bust out. Custard Light's a decent little mare, and 23 lifetime wins, over 280,000 made in the bank. I wouldn't discount this one, especially in the exotics, especially at 21-1 right now. That's a monstrous price on Custard Light. One that I think you need to use in the bottom end of the trifecta or superfecta wager. But I see the fillies and mares are moving out on the track for the preferred 3 in this third race. We'll come back and talk about more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the third on parade. 1 is Amblinette. Bo Brown is the driver, trainer, and lessee. Number 2, Raise and a Rocket. Travis Henry for Gerard Demers and Michelle Legacy. Number 3 is Hello Love. Sean Stacey for Hello Love Stable and Landmark Racing. Number 4 is Born a Dragon. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Paul Sanders. And 5 is Custard Light. Paul Davies for Paul Sanders. Number 6 is Tea Time Preacher. Nick Stewart for Corey Johnson and Ray Hushka. And number 7, Buttermilk Hanover. Robert Shepard for Melissa Lamoureux and a numbered company and Jeffrey Boyd. And number 8, So Frisky. Alfie Carroll for Anita Willett, Luke Willett, and Paul Bernard. Field of 8, race number 3, fillies and mares preferred 3. An interesting field, Rob, and I did think that the 2 and 4 were going to get the lion's share of the money. Right now, we're looking at number 4, Born a Dragon. I think what really can attract people, that August 6th line at Mohawk, 51 and 3, a competitive 4th, and of course that last line here just crushed the field and looked on fire doing it.
Yeah, she was under wraps to the wire. I mean, Travis Cullen didn't move a muscle, and she did it really on her own and was first over for a bit before she forged to the lead and then just opened up as much as she wanted. So she should be really confident coming into this, and it's not like she was racing poorly at Mohawk Park and those lower to middle condition races, even higher than that earlier in the summer as well. So I think she looks poised for another big effort tonight. 6-5 on the board, not a ton of value there, but I would not be shocked at all to see her go out there and dominate this field.
Number 2, Raising a Rocket, is really tough to leave off the top 2 when you consider 15 out of 16 in the top 2 on the year. That is amazing. And of course, you see just the run of top 2 finishes coming into this one. Second last time out, and boy, did it from post 8 and 14 lengths back at the quarter. Impressive.
Yeah, and it wasn't like they were, flying up front either, right? She came a real nice, back half of 56 and 2, and looked like she was in an impossible spot at the halfway point, and even still turning for home, you'd say, okay, well, she might get a small check, but she ends up getting up for a second to "I Wish You Well," and it was a rock solid effort. And now you consider, well, you have post 6 and post 8, now you got post 2 to work from, and rock solid connections to boot. So Raising a Rocket 9-5, I'd be looking for around 2-1, but I think she should probably get every chance from that inside draw tonight.
I took number 3, Hello Love, on top, thinking that last race, 10th place finish at Mohawk, might chase away a few players. But also, you do see 55 and 3 back half last race. Hello Love is one that you've seen her in the past. She should be really, really good, and she actually has a class overall edge on the 2 and 4. It's just a couple of recent lines, though, 2 10th place finishes. I was hoping would scare her even better away a little further. I wanted to get a little more than 9-2, now 5-1, but I took Hello Love on top, Rob.
Yeah, and I had her on top in the Horse Players Journal on August the 21st at Mohawk Park. And it was a tough one because when you have a horse that's off form like she was, even when she gets to the bottom condition, can she do it? And she did. And she did it, by half a length. And it was not the easiest of efforts, I'd say, but she still got the job done. And, getting off the Schneid might be all it took for her to turn the corner. Now, last time faced much tougher, Sporty Tory and some other good ones in there, Goodnight Irene and Town Delinquent. So I think that, you look at this effort tonight and say if she can get away well off the gate and she can sit a trip, she can be dangerous because she does probably have more back class than anyone else in the field. And 9-2 on the board is not a bad price at all.
Number 5, Custard Light, is one. That last race at Georgian Downs battled well, 53 and 4. Flossie, the one that beat Custard Light's a very nice one. Custard Light is offering a nice price of 24-1.
I've always liked this horse. Even when she goes to Mohawk Park, I'll typically try to use her as a price underneath. And I did it here tonight thinking that, she's not really that far off these. Like, I look at this field top to bottom and say, okay, well, if you look at Custard Light's latest efforts, it should put her in the conversation. And I figured she would get overlooked because right to her inside, there's 3 horses that have some pretty serious credentials. But, don't sleep on Custard Light. She's got 23 lifetime wins, over 280,000 made. And she hasn't, got out to the best start this season, but I think she's, now rounding into form. 23-1 on the board. She's one I'd be targeting on the lower end of the trifecta and superfecta wager.
Number 6, Tea Time Preacher. I used this one on the bottom of my super, and was the longest shot on the board. Actually, still is right now. Look, 2 wins in the past 5. That race, Tea Time Preacher, 2 races ago in 54 and 1, romping and coming home, flying home 27 and 3, and races for Corey Johnson. I like Tea Time Preacher. Maybe if you're looking for a price one on the bottom.
Yeah, she's got post 6 tonight, but I actually think her preferred style might be from off the pace. I know we've seen her with some decent efforts, forwardly placed, but when she faces tougher horses, maybe it's better for her to close. And tonight she might be the one to close to get a piece of it at a big price right now at 30-1.
It is a field of 8 for race number 3. The preferred 3, fillies and mares taking up positions. Amblinette raising a rocket on the inside with Hello Love in the center. Born a Dragon and Custard Light to the outside. Tea Time Preacher, Buttermilk Hanover, and So Frisky. Field of 8, third dash on a Wednesday evening at the river. Here they come. Field for the third is reaching the start of the rough and raising a rocket, and Hello Love and Amblinette along to the inside, and Born a Dragon. The field sprints around the turn. Amblinette on the inside, raising a rocket. Raising a rocket is going to come on now and is going to grab the lead from Amblinette, who's filling the pocket. Hello Love is third. Born a Dragon is racing fourth, and then Custard Light and Tea Time Preacher and Buttermilk Hanover and So Frisky. They race on to the opening quarter. Raising a rocket. Amblinette. Hello Love is third. Born a Dragon's racing fourth in front of Custard Light and Tea Time Preacher and Buttermilk Hanover and So Frisky. Raising a rocket at 2-1. Sharp opening quarter, 27-3. Has a lead of a couple. Amblinette is racing second for Beau Brown. Hello Love is positioned third right now as the field comes off the turn and rolls on towards us. And then they come up towards the half, and moving to the outside comes Born a Dragon and is going to flush out cover. Hello Love is trying it first over. Born a Dragon is following Hello Love on the inside. Tea Time Preacher to the outside is Custard Light, and then Buttermilk Hanover and So Frisky. It is Raising a Rocket with the lead. Raising a Rocket, Amblinette, and then Hello Love, and on the inside, Tea Time Preacher. Hello Love appears to have flattened out first over, and Born a Dragon is going to have to pop right now, and so 3 wide, but Raising a Rocket continues to march. Raising a Rocket, Amblinette is closed up in the pocket, and then it is Tea Time Preacher, and to the outside, Born a Dragon, backing away as Hello Love. Out 3 wide goes Custard Light, to the inside is So Frisky, and then Buttermilk Hanover, Raising a Rocket, 3/4, 125-1. Amblinette has popped out, and Amblinette is looming. And on the inside, Tea Time Preacher, and Sun Wide is Born a Dragon. They want down the stretch ride. Raising a Rocket, charging on the outside is Born a Dragon. Born a Dragon and Amblinette. Born a Dragon gets there. Amblinette was second. Tea Time Preacher third, and Raising a Rocket fourth, 154-3. Born a Dragon got the job done, but it wasn't easy, Rob, because the cover that he was following second over didn't work out, so he had to move pretty early.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan when the cover came underneath Born a Dragon. I thought Travis was feeling more than happy to come first over again, and then Hello Love came out first over. I didn't think that would be her preferred spot tonight. I think that she probably needed to sit a favorable trip and not come first over, and it certainly gave Born a Dragon a difficult go of it, and I think this one will end up being a victory that looks not as good on paper as it was live, because she actually had to deal with that stalled cover and then still come around them, and even Amblinette came out of the 2-hole, which was another obstacle for Born a Dragon, and she ended up wide around the final turn. So very impressive effort in my opinion from Born a Dragon. And ended up going off at 3-5, and deservedly so, the way that she raced.
And Amblinette, we've seen some good things from her earlier, but the last 2 weren't quite as good, so we couldn't maybe try Amblinette. But, was able to leave well enough to get the pocket, and then that was a nice move by Beau Brown, and Amblinette almost got the job done at 25-1.
Yeah, and then your price play underneath, Gary, Tea Time Preacher, ended up getting up for third at 50-1. And, sometimes you see these supers pay really nice when you have, 2 favorites in there, but you split them with a couple of bombs. And that's what we have here in the third race.
It says 4-1-6-2, Born a Dragon. Still alive in the pick 5, Rob. Used the 2-3-4 there. Tried the 3, but definitely didn't work out. Looks like 3 Hello Love is going to need some sharpening up somewhere.
Yeah, definitely. I still think first over was really her preferred trip tonight. That's for sure, especially against this quality field. And we noted that this is a pretty deep field for preferred 3 here at Grand River. But yeah, you're still trucking in the pick 5, Gary. I'm cheering for you. You got 2x2, so we got some options here.
Absolutely, you're cheering for me because you're a team player.
Always a team player.
Coming back in front of us is Number 4, Born a Dragon. Born a Dragon. A 6-year-old Custard the Dragon brown mare, owned by Travis Cullen and Paul Sanders. Jody Collins, the trainer. Travis Cullen, the winning driver. It is the third win this year, 19th lifetime. Born a Dragon, 154-3. The third race payouts for Born a Dragon: 340, 270, 290. 1 Amblinette, 1120 and 910, and 6 Tea Time Preacher, 940. $2 Exactor, 43.80. Dollar Try, $259. Dollar Super, 720.40. The third race over a finish, 248 17365. That's 248 17365.
All right. Well, Born a Dragon, victorious in the Fillies and Mares preferred 3. Back-to-back nice efforts for that one. But we're going to turn the page to race number 4. Hopefully you're still trucking your pick 5 and pick 4 wagers. We've got claimers, $15,000 of the condition variety. For the condition is not winners of $25,000 life. We're on the trot. And I went to number 3, Run Like Hill. First time in a condition claimer for this gelding and son of Muscle Hill. And I like what the connections have done with this one because we were really impressed with the victory this one gave us on July the 7th at Grand River. Now there's a 5,000 life, had post 8, blasted out to the lead, made every call a winning one. And since then, you look through the lines, you see a second and a couple smaller shares, but sometimes it's about winning. And they put this one now in a condition claimer. And when you're racing a numbers of 2 at Georgian Downs or numbers of 20,000 life, an open numbers of 20,000 life here at Grand River, and then go to a claimer 15,000 for numbers of 25,000 life, that is a big time drop down in competition. And you just have to look at who Run Like Hill's been facing: Lady Titan, Peter Crown, Astra du Hurrah, horses that would probably all be overwhelming favorites in this class. So for me, this race is all about Run Like Hill in the win position, 2-1 on the board right now. That's probably the right price. Might even be a little bit shorter come post time. And for second, though, I went to number 7, Blog Master. And this is the one that I'm really intrigued by in here. Same deal, because this one is now going into a condition claimer for the first time. And last time made his first start for trainer Stacy Curry and was a winner in Sarnia, and now was a 12,000 life, and did so from post 2 and got up to win or hung on by half a length at the wire. Now moves to the shorter service at Grand River and gets a dreadful post really in post 7. First time Lasix though, and one that now second start for new trainer. Maybe we can see this one with a big effort. I was hoping for a better price than 3-1. That was, this was the one that I was hoping to be a bust out in the pick 5, and maybe we get that come post time. But again, I do like Blog Master in here as my second selection. Number 5, Stonebridge Nitro. Well, it was a winner in a condition claimer similar to this at Flamborough Downs, wire to wire, last time from post 2, and a nice second actually in the Prospect Series at Hanover. 2 back, had to go overland and come from out of it to be second to Iona Dream. Is one that you could probably bet with both hands and against this group. So I think that Stonebridge Nitro is one you have to consider. 2-1 though would be too short for me on that one, because I just think that there's more upside with a horse like number 3, Run Like Hill, or maybe even number 7, Blog Master. Number 2, Rebel on the Double. Gets Colin Kelly in the bike tonight. He's familiar with this one. He's driven this one quite a few times, actually, to 2 victories earlier in the summer at Hanover. 9-2 on the board, inside post to work from. Raced at this level 2 back here at Grand River. Ended up, coming first over and then just fading to finish 6th. But one that I think might have a sneaky chance in here. 9-2 on the board. I'd be hoping for more like 6 or 7 to 1, maybe even higher than that. But one you have to use in the exotics, anyways. For me though, I'm going to stick with number 3, Run Like Hill, and the price of 5-2 right now is an attractive one. Just because, we know this one has gate speed. We know this one's likely going to be forwardly placed by Travis Henry, and now facing much easier competition in this condition claimer. I think he's the clear one to beat. And the price gets better even now at 3-1. But we'll come back and talk about this 4th race a little further with Gary Guy in just a few moments.
Field for the fourth on parade one. Don't You Fool Me, Austin. Sorry for Terry Gillette and Triple S Equine. Number 2, Rubble on the Double. Colin Kelly for Dave Holiday and Ben Holiday. And number 3 is Run Like Hill. Travis Henry for Madeline Henry and Craig Wood. And 4 is Miss Merengue. It's Scott Quiller, Harry Polton, and the Stable. And number 5 is Stonebridge Nitro. Robert Shepard for Melissa Lamoureux and Glenn Bechtel. And number 6, Darling Please. Bruce Richardson for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. And 7 is Vlog Master. J.R. Plot for Stacy Curry and Marc-Andre Simoneau. It is a field of 7 for the 4th race, and let's get a look at this field. We're going to start with number 3, Run Like Hill. And there's only 3 to 1 on the board right now. So Run Like Hill. I like that last race of 59-1. Run Like Hill, Rob.
I just love that this horse moves to a condition claiming event, and we loved that victory July 7th. Went to the front from the 8 hole, kept on trucking. Love the move by the connections to put the horse in here, and 3 to 1 I think is a value price on Run Like Hill.
Number 7, Blogmaster. One trouble I have with using this one, and I love Stacy Curry's win percentage this year. But Blogmaster seems to want to race from up close to the pace. Is he going to leave from out there?
Maybe. I think it depends really what happens with the others off the gate. If there's a couple that ever make a break in stride, I think we'll see this one go forward. Looks pretty fired up on the track. I agree. Blogmaster does his best work when on or near the lead, but the only second start for Stacy Curry. Maybe this horse can also race off a helmet. 4 to 1 on the board, though, getting a little more support than I thought, but one that I think has a big chance.
And another good barn is 5 Stonebridge Nitro, Melissa Lamoureux. And this is one that the recent form is good. Also shows racing from on and off the pace recently.
Yeah, I like the last effort at Flamborough Downs. Did have post 2 in that occasion. Went to the front, though, and made every call a winning one. But that effort, closing effort, Hanover 2 back, don't sleep on that one. If Stonebridge Nitro, can leave out in here or race from off the pace, and I think from either spot, has a chance at 7 to 2.
And number 2, Rubble on the Double. You get Colin Kelly driving here, and this is one that, raced against a solid group last time out. Rubble on the Double should be able to be forwardly placed from post 2, although had post 2 here 2 races ago and got away 4th. But maybe Colin Kelly gets Rubble on the Double out a little closer to the pace.
Yeah, second time in the condition claiming event. Good post to work from. The price has gotten better now, too, at 7 to 1. Rubble on the Double is one that I think, if it's a favorable trip and get a piece of the exotics anyways and land in the trifecta is super.
And number 4, Miss Merengue, is one I want to just quickly touch on because you see a lot of lines last year. This one was effective. And a second start of the year, Miss Merengue now racing north of the border, coming in from Ohio. An absolute unknown. Didn't finish the last race well, though.
Yeah, I didn't know what to make of her, to be honest. And 2 to 1 on the board right now to me is an underlay. She's racing on the fairs in Ohio. Maybe she comes up and turns in a big effort, but not for me at that price.
Certainly getting a lot of action. Number 3, Run Like Hill, 7 to 5, the betting favorite, and taking up their positions. Don't You Fool Me. Rubble on the Double on the inside of the center. Run Like Hill, Miss Merengue and Stonebridge Nitro to the outside. Darling Please and Blogmaster. It's a field of 7 for the 4th race. They're into the stretch drive. Here they come. And off stride, Don't You Fool Me. And Rubble on the Double on the inside, Run Like Hill. And Blogmaster from the outside as the field fires into the turn. Rubble on the Double and Run Like Hill and Blogmaster. Then Miss Merengue is 4th away. Then it is Stonebridge Nitro and Darling Please, but it's Rubble on the Double who's got the lead. And Run Like Hill is going to race from the pocket. Blogmaster is on the inside and is racing along in 3rd right now as they race race on to the opening quarter, trotting along in third, and then it's a gap of 3. Miss Merengue is racing fourth, and Stonebridge Nitro is fifth, and Darling Please is racing sixth, 28 and 2 the opening quarter, and it's Rubble on the Double and Colin Kelly, and off stride. Blogmaster broke stride, so right now it's Rubble on the Double and Run Like Hill having things all their own way, and trotting third is Miss Merengue as they come off the turn. Then Stonebridge Nitro is racing positioned fourth. They race on past the half, 28 and 2 opening quarter, and the front two have some serious separation on the field. Rubble on the Double, but Run Like Hill is all right there on the back of Rubble on the Double. Biding time still in the pocket. 58 and 2 is the halftime, and they work their way on into the backstretch, and Colin Kelly and Rubble on the Double wanted to get a breather, got a 30-second second panel breather, and Run Like Hill is keeping a very close watch, and now Stonebridge Nitro has worked up into the action and is a closer third, and is only about 3.5 or 4 off the lead, and getting closer with every stride. And then it is Darling Please and Miss Merengue. It is Rubble on the Double, and now Stonebridge Nitro is kicked in hard. 3/4, 129 and 2, and Stonebridge Nitro now has come on and taken the lead. It is Stonebridge Nitro who's grabbed the front. Run Like Hill now is working on the outside to grab second from Rubble on the Double, and then it is Darling Please. They turn on down the stretch drive. Stonebridge Nitro, as they come on down the lane, has got this one all sewn up. Battle is on for second, and it's going to go to a Run Like Hill. Then Rubble on the Double was third, and Darling Please fourth. 2 minutes and 1/5, and it's Stonebridge Nitro. Rob, we commented that this one could race from off the pace if need be, and coming to the half, was a reasonable amount back, but did a lot of work, and yet had tons left in the finish to be an open-length winner.
Yeah, very nice effort from this one, and you're right. I mean, the gap. This one was actually following the 6 Darling Please, and the gap that this one had to the top two was a very wide margin. And then when Robert Shepard asked Stonebridge Nitro for more, boy, did she ever kick on, and then she, blew around those top two leaders that kind of had it their own way throughout, and won by a pretty wide margin. Run Like Hill ended up finishing second. I thought that one would actually race a little better, and there was only just able to get up for the place spot over Rubble on the Double.
I kind of wonder if maybe sometimes sitting on the back of the way that Travis Henry had this one sitting on the back of Colin Kelly there with Rubble on the Double might have taken a bit out of her, because sometimes you might have to fight with a horse to keep them in position. Maybe better to pull out, but it's tough to pull out at that point as well.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's the problem. If you do pull out, maybe Rubble on the Double looked pretty intent on having the lead. Maybe that ends up using a lot more horse, and then it ends up being the same result or something worse. I'm sure that Travis had hoped that they would go maybe a little bit slower in those that second panel and the middle panels, but that didn't happen, and Stonebridge Nitro gets the job done.
A 5-3-2-6 top four, and coming back in front of us is the winner of race number 4. It is 5 Stonebridge Nitro, 3-year-old Muscle Mass Bay filly owned by Glenn Bechtel, trained by Melissa Lambrou. Robert Shepard, the winning driver. Third win this year in lifetime. Stonebridge Nitro, 2 minutes, 1/5. The fourth race payouts: 5 Stonebridge Nitro, 480. 270, 243 Run Like Hill, 260, 242 Rubble on the Double, 240. $2 exact, relevant 30. The dollar try, $14.05. Dollar super, $64.15. The fourth race order finish: 7 place 6, 3, 2, 6 place 5, 1, 4, 5 place 7 for extended break. From the top after the placing: 6, 3, 2, 5, 1, 4, 7.
All right, folks. Well, it's time for race number 5. It's the money leg for the pick 5 wager. Good luck if you're still alive. Gary is still alive on his ticket. He's got the 2 and 5 alive. The favorite is actually my top selection, Lifelong Dream, the 3, paying $36. Gary's 2 horses, Dixie Star and Dress of the Nines, $47 and $52 for 20 cents, respectively. So we'll cheer Gary along here, but he doesn't have my top choice, number 3, Lifelong Dream. It is the start of the pick 3, so if you aren't alive in the pick 5 or the pick 4, even if you are, you might as well bet a pick 3 ticket starting here in race number 5. We've got Pacers. Villiers Mare is now winners of 2000, last 3. And I went to Lifelong Dream because I watched that replay, September the 1st here in the preferred 3, and I had to watch it a few times, and I liked it more every time that I watched it again, and got away 7th from the 4 hole, got shuffled back to last on the final turn, and then when she escaped, to clearance, she had quite a bit of pace. She finished 5th, was moving well at the wire. I just love the way she finished off her mile. Her back half was in 57 and 2. Her third panel was 27 and 3. And I just think she looks like she makes a lot of sense in here in this Now Winners of 2000 last 3 event after turning in what I thought was a decent effort and the preferred 3 after getting away way out of it last time. Right now, Lifelong Dream 7-1 on the board. There's no way that price can hold up because I think she is the favorite in the pick 5, and I think she deserves to be the favorite, if not one of the top 2 favorites in the race. For second, I went to number 5, Dress to the Nines. You got to respect this one because it moves to the connections of Kyle Bossens, and the driver will be Colin Kelly this evening. First time you see him driving this one on the page, and first start for Kyle Bossens, who's got fantastic numbers again this season, and we love getting behind this combination, and this looks like a pretty good spot for Dress to the Nines. The problem with this mare is the fact that she has not hit the top 2 so far this season in 16 starts. So that is a concern, but maybe the change of scenery can, elicit a better result for Dress to the Nines. She certainly found the right class, I think. The post, post 5 isn't, ideal in this group of 6, but I do think she's one you have to consider right now, though, taking a lot of support as 6-5 on the board. Gary's top selection, and he's alive to that one in the pick 5. Then I went to number 2, Dixie Star. Much better effort last time here in the claiming handicap event. Went first over and actually, kept grinding away against some pretty nice horses. Only got beat a length to Hal McFeisty, who was a pumped up winner on that occasion. And I would say, Dixie Star for me would be the third one in behind Lifelong Dream and Dress to the Nines, but I know some might rank her a little bit higher off that last effort because maybe she's trending in the right direction. And I think she'll hit the ticket on here. And don't really see her as a win candidate. She's 5-1 on the board right now, and that price on her is probably the right number at the moment. And then number 4, Top Royal. This horse actually took all the early money, opened off at 3-5 on the board with a bit of a win bet when the first click happened. I do think Top Royal is one that might have a sneaky chance in here. My issue is 0 for 8 in the season, and last time had the pole position. Finished second to Born a Dragon by a wide margin, but there's a big difference now in this class, in this same class, but now with post 4. So, Rail last time was able to get away in the 2-hole. I don't see that happening tonight for Top Royal. I think it's going to be a much more difficult journey. 5-2 on the board would be too short of a price for my liking, anyways. I think Top Royal is more of a get a minor share type mare in this class this time around. But I like Lifelong Dream. I'm sticking with her, and I like the price right now of 5-1. I thought she looked really good on the end of her mile last time, and I'll definitely be backing her to win at a price of 9-2. Probably anything above 3-1 would be a solid number on number 3, Lifelong Dream. But we'll come back and talk about this race number 5 a little further with Gary Guy, the first leg of the pick 3, in just a few moments.
Field for the 5th on Parade 1. Release the Baby. Ross Batten for Carter Wright and Caleb Wright. Number 2, Dixie Star. Jay Harris for Bobby Joe Weinhold Harris and Joe Squires. Number 3, Lifelong Dream. Austin Sorry for Greg Merlot. And 4 is Top Royal. Scott Culver, Kendall Ron, and Brighton Farms. Number 5, Dressed to the Nines. Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossens and Stuart Bolander. And number 6, Stricanza. Travis Henry for Pam Forkey and Dr. Steve Taylor. Field of 6, race number 5 starts the pick 3, the final leg of the pick 5. And, well, we'll take a look at Rob's first one, number 3, Lifelong Dream, and one that drops from the preferred 3 class. And Lifelong Dream is one that definitely should have a good shot in here. You see some good recent form. In fact, you see form littered all over the last 6 or 7 starts. But my question for Lifelong Dream in here is how well she gets off the gate, Rob.
Yeah, I think that's the big question, Gary. Last time against preferred 3 from post 4, she got away 7th and was more than 10 lengths out of it at the quarter pole. Now, this is a much easier group, and 4-1 on the board. I think the price is okay. I just like the way she was moving last time at the end of her mile, and that was obviously against much tougher than what she faces tonight. So, I'm gonna hope that she doesn't get away too far out of it. She's got post 3. If she just maintains that position, I think she should be close enough that she can get the better of this group. But wow, number 5, Dress to the Nines, is certainly taking a lot of money in her first start for trainer Kyle Bossens.
And Dressed to the Nines, you mentioned, first start Kyle Bossens, my top one in here. And I have only 2 in the pick 5. I have the 2 and the 5. Dressed to the Nines, I think, is going to be firing off the wings. I actually think the 4 and 5 are the 2 to fire out. How do you think it stacks up early?
Yeah, I'm not sure Top Royal can actually get away from post four. I mean, maybe she'll prove me wrong. I thought last time, she was in an advantageous spot from the pole position. I do think Dress to the Nines is going to try to fire off. I mean, we just saw a little score down by Colin Kelly, and these connections, they come to play. And even though she's over 16, the change of scenery might really bring out a better effort from this one. So I think Dress to the Nines will be flying out of there, and it'll be interesting to see what the inside horses do because I don't think either of them. The one of the two want to give up too many positions off the gate.
Number 2, Dixie Star is one that, well, you do see this one facing tougher. And back in July, had a couple of good races against ones that, well, certainly would stand out in here. Dixie Star then kind of went off form for a few starts, but maybe the last one is a sign of things to come.
Yeah, it was a step in the right direction. That's for sure. Because first over a long way in that effort, and then only got beat a length on the end of it. And Hal McFeisty raced really well on that occasion, and that claiming handicap race probably stacks up pretty well against this condition race, especially when there's some better ones in there. And I think that was a stronger field on September 1st. So Dixie Star has an inside post to work from. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of trip this one gets because, she's shown speed in the past, and I think she has to, utilize it tonight if she wants to be a big-time factor in here.
And Ken Middleton's top one in here, number 4, Top Royal. 32 lifetime wins, is winless this year. And I actually think Top Royal can leave well enough to maybe get a pocket. I kind of think that maybe Dress to the Nines is going to the front. I've seen Top Royal leave well in the past and did leave in 27-3 last time out, but that was post 1.
Yeah, I just thought last time it was a real nice spot for her to get away in the 2-hole, and then ended up finishing second aboard a Dragon. Maybe she can find enough speed off the gate. It's not like there's a ton of speed inside of her. I just think that she might end up more like the 3 or 4 hole, but I guess we'll see in just a minute.
Field 4, race number 5. Field of 6, Release the Baby. Dixie Star on the inside. In the center, Lifelong Dream and Top Royal. To the outside, Dress to the Nines and Streakanza. It's a field of 6 for race number 5. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Here they come. They're at the start. And they're off. Dixie Star, Dress to the Nines on the outside. Top Royal, Release the Baby down to the inside as the field works on around the turn. Dixie Star has got the lead. Dress to the Nines is racing on the outside. And then on the inside, Release the Baby. And Top Royal is racing fourth. And then Lifelong Dream and Streakanza as they work their way on to the opening quarter. Dixie Star has the lead. And now Dress to the Nines is looking to find the pocket position. And Release the Baby is racing on the inside third. Top Royal is positioned fourth. Lifelong Dream and then Streakanza as the field works on around the turn. 27-1 opening panel. A sharp opening panel for Dixie Star on the lead for Jay Harris. Then Dress to the Nines is in the pocket and racing position third. Release the Baby as they come off the turn. Now here comes Top Royal working first over. And then on the outside, Lifelong Dream, and on the inside, Streakanza. They race on past the opening quarter. 56-2. Dixie Star's got the front. On the inside, Dress to the Nines is right there close in the pocket. And on the outside, Top Royal is digging. They work into the backstretch, then Release the Baby. Lifelong Dream and Streakanza. 3 to the inside, 3 to the outside. Dixie Star is doing the work on the lead. On the outside, Top Royal is grinding first over. And Dress to the Nines is bravening up on the pocket. Lifelong Dream is situated second over. And then it is Release the Baby and Streakanza. 3/4, 126-1, and Top Royal now has come on and is on top by half a length. On the inside, Dixie Star, and then Lifelong Dream. Dress to the Nines is blocked on the inside, and then Streakanza and Release the Baby as the field turns for home. It is Top Royal, Lifelong Dream. They come on down the stretch ride, and it is Top Royal. Top Royal is going to come out on top. Lifelong Dream was second. Dress to the Nines was third, and Streakanza fourth. Top Royal in 156 flat. Wasn't able to leave quite as well as we might have hoped, but did manage to figure out the trip to get the job done. It wasn't an easy one. It was a first-up trip, but Top Royal was up to it and came out on top, Rob.
Yeah, Top Royal definitely, gritty effort first over there. But Dixie Star, when a horse kind of ends up stopping on the front end, it makes a horse on the outside first over kind of braven up, and that's what this one did, forging to the lead. And Lifelong Dream just wasn't good enough. Followed this one and ended up finishing second. But the horse that I think you kind of put a big circle around is Dress to the Nines. I think Dress to the Nines would have probably won that race, and maybe with ease if Dixie Star had have led that one to the top of the stretch at least, where she could have found the passing lane. That didn't happen though. She ended up kind of giving way on the turn there, and it put Dress to the Nines in a very bad spot.
Yeah, Dress to the Nines was kind of stuck dropping back and getting shuffled back. Also, an interesting thing, if you watch Dress to the Nines leaving, Colin Kelly tried to send this one pretty hard, and that kind of seemed like he had a little bit of problem with her on that first turn and then lost some momentum and had to find the pocket.
Yeah, it didn't look like she handled the first turn all that well, but I mean, or just kind of delayed leave, really, right? I was actually surprised he was able to squeeze into the pocket. That was a tight spot to get into. The problem was Dixie Star just was set on having the lead tonight, and that kind of put Dress to the Nines in a bit of a conundrum because I had to take down and sit the 2 hole behind her and just put the faith into that one, carrying her a long way, which ended up not happening.
Well, number 4 Top Royal comes out on top, 4-3-5-6. And back in front of us, number 4 Top Royal, 8-year-old Royal Majesty Bay mare, owned by Bryden Farms, trained by Kendall Ron Scotty Coulter. The 10 Tornado victorious. First win this year, 33rd lifetime. Top Royal, 156 flat. The 5th race. Payouts for Top Royal, 840 for 42.90. 3 Lifelong Dream for 83.75. Dress to the Nines, 360. $2 exactor is $17.30. $1 try, $34.85. $1 super, $98.70. And note the pick 5 pays 5 of 5, $242.40. the fifth race, or a finish from the top, 562-134. That's 562-134.
All right, well, Top Royal getting the job done in race number 5. Now we do move to race 6, which is one of my favorite wagers here at Grand River. Time for the super high five, or as Gary likes to call it, the Pentafecta. And we've got a trotting event, non-winners of 20,000 lifetime. And there's going to be one that's going to take a lot of support. And here it is, my top selection. That's number 3, Edgewater, for trainer driver Rick Zeron. And, Edgewater was on a bit of a roll before her latest at Mohawk Park in a grassroots event, got away third, finished fourth, but was off a little bit of time after being scratched lame out of an event on August the 12th. So she missed, almost a full month before that last effort. Now, gets back into a regular rotation and was a big-time winner here on July the 16th. In a grassroots contest when she went all the way on the front end and trotted her mile in 56-4. I don't think that anyone in this field would even be near her at the wire if she did that tonight. And I just think that Edgewater, from a inside post and with her early speed, should be motoring off the gate and will be tough to beat in here. But 1-5, obviously a tough pill to swallow. I do have her on top and will likely single her in the win position on my super high five tickets. And for second, number 2, Holiday Dream. What's this one done wrong? The answer is nothing. Holiday Dream has won 2 of her last 3 in the class, and actually 3 of her last 5 overall, and 3 of her last 4 in this very class, and has done so on the front end. Last time, I really liked this one from post 4. When Scott Coulter was aboard, and he sent him right to the lead, and just kept on going, opened a wide margin before winning by just over a length at the finish. And I think that Holiday Dream is one you need to respect in here. And we've seen a couple of miscues from this one, but last time didn't put a step in. And if he doesn't do that tonight, he is the main danger to number 3, Edgewater, and does have a maturity edge on that filly. So at the age of 4, maybe he can get the better of her 5-1 on the board. I'd say he is the value right now. Number 1, War We Whiz. Well, another speedster on the inside. So really the inside 3 horses are all going to try to be leaving out in here. And War We Whiz has had the lead at the quarter pole and the majority of his races. And since going to non-winners of 20,000 life, has only managed to get minor shares. But I think from the pole position tonight, we might see this one, finish third even, or sneak onto the exacted ticket. I just think that that kind of post relief might bring this one, more to life. And you see, I can't see back to Blind Bridle, so I think they're going to be pushing out of there and should be able to get a piece of it. And War We Whiz will be all over my high five tickets. And we often see the rail horse land somewhere in that wager. In for fourth, number 4, All Muscle and Sass. One that was racing in the Prospect Series and the grassroots. Even tried her luck in the Dream of Glory. Right now, 20-1 on the board. You got Travis Cullen aboard, and I just think that this one should have a chance to land somewhere in the super high five. And right now, 20-1 might add some value to it. And then number 5, Moscow Moon, one that has not found his best stride so far this season. 0 for 11. right now, and has hit the board in 2 of those occasions. But we've seen good things from this one, a time or two in the past, and a Moscow Moon's one that can also land somewhere in that super high five. From post five tonight, making the transition from Mohawk Park over here to Grand River, it might be able to just kind of spice up the bottom end of the exotic. So I keep it to the inside horses. I've got the inside five making up my super high five of picks, but Edgewater should be tough to beat. 1-5 on the board, though. That is a tough price to accept on a 3-year-old filly trotter. But I see they're making their way onto the track. We'll come back and talk about this super high five race with Gary Guy after the post break.
On post parade for the 6th one, Warwi Wiz, Austin Sorryford, Ted McDonnell, Leonard Gamble, and legendary Standardbreds. Number 2 is Holiday Dream, Scott Culver, Kyle Rule. 3 is Edgewater, Rick Ziron for James Walker. Number 4 is All Muscle and Sass, Travis Cullen for Keith Jones and Maggie Jones and Jody Simmons. And 5 is Moscow Moon, Sean Stacy for Hudson Standardbreds. Number 6, Century Highness, Travis Henry for Pat Hunt at Glengate Farms. And 7 is Heavy Duty, Talborth for Natalie Elliott. And number 8, Jula Magician from Post 9, Rene Dion for Susie Kerwood and Jula Racing. It is a field of 8 for race number 6, and Rob Redway, I have to chirp you because you said you're sticking to the inside horses. Jula Magician from the Trailer Post will be my second choice in here. But let's talk about number 3, Edgewater, first. Edgewater has to be considered the one to beat. 1-5 on the board.
Yeah, 1-5 on the board, and no surprise that this filly is such a short price, especially considering her last effort here at Grand River was a jaw-dropping one, 56-4, and did it easy on that occasion. And last time you look at that effort and say, well, what about her last start? Ended up finishing 4th, beating 6 lengths. Well, she was off for nearly a month, so she should be tight again and ready to roll in here. And I just don't know if any of these will have the answer for her.
And then also, she doesn't have to have the front because August 1st left from post 6 and then got away second, but then made the move. Edgewater, that was a dominant effort to win going away at Georgian Downs. Edgewater 1-5. I was going to look at number 8 next, but number 2, Holiday Dream, and Scotty Coulter is one that's coming in off of a win, and you mentioned the inside speed. Holiday Dream is one with 4 wins on the year, and certainly should be part of that early speed, and that was a good-looking win last time out.
Yeah, it was, and you look at that now. Last 3 of her last 4 tries in this class, or his last tries in the class, were all winning ones. 2 back, made a break in stride, ended up being a parent refund as the heavy favorite on that occasion. And I just think that, now you get post 2 to work from, should be blasting out of there. And Holiday Dream does his best work when he's on the engine, and I believe he's going to be pointed in that direction again tonight. Maybe he gets covered up by Edgewater at some point, but to me, Holiday Dream is the logical one underneath.
Number 8, Jula Magician, is the one that I used in the exactor spot, second behind Edgewater. Now, you might say, well, moving up in class, but the last 2 were really good. This is one that might be developing now, has been a while coming around. Didn't do much as a 2-year-old, but the last 2 were fine. 57 at Georgian is a pretty good mile, and that was post 7, and that was a battling effort. And also note the Trailer Post, Rob.
Yeah, the Trailer Post, obviously does make her stock or his stock go up a little bit. The problem I have is that jump up in class. Non-winners of 1 or 5,000 life. Now this non-winners of 20,000 life to me is a real big jump up in competition, and I think there's some good ones in here. I don't even think it's that Jula Magician has caught an easy bunch in here. I think it's a pretty difficult version of the class.
I knew there'd be value also. You get that sometimes when an 8 goes from the trailer post. So I wanted to take a flyer and get a price horse. And War We Whiz certainly will be firing. And War We Whiz is one that we should take a look at because we know where War We Whiz is heading, and the equipment change can't see back to blind bridle.
Yeah, Worry Whiz is one that we always see on the front end or at least close to it. And with the pole position today and that equipment change, I think it's going to be no different this evening. And 16 to 1 on the board is a good price. One that, has gotten a share in each of his last 4 since moving up to this class. But maybe he gets onto the trifecta tonight because I just think that the post position change should be a pretty big factor.
And we're getting a nice price in All Muscle and Sass. Travis Cullen here with the drive. And this is one that's shown some good things. Was good here July the 16th in the grassroots, finishing third in 58-2.
Yeah, I think almost on the South right now is a little bit of value at 14 to 1. Not sure how the trip works out, but I do have this one slotted in the 4th spot. I think that she can hit the high 5.
Well, we'll see how this 6th race unfolds. It's War We Whiz and Holiday Dream on the inside. In the center, Edgewater, All Muscle and Sass, and Moscow Moon. To the outside, Century Highness and Heavy Duty. And the second tier, Jula Magician. Field of 8, race number 6. Field 4, race number 6 is approaching the start. And the rough. Holiday Dream, War We Whiz, Edgewater, and All Muscle and Sass, then Jula Magician and Moscow Moon, Century Highness and Heavy Duty as the field works their way on into the backstretch. War We Whiz has got the lead. Holiday Dream is second. Edgewater's going to continue to march, though, and it is Edgewater and Rick Zeron now driving about the outside. The 1 to 5 Edgewater is going to clear to the front. War We Whiz is racing second. Then Holiday Dream, All Muscle and Sass, Jula Magician is racing 5th, and then Moscow Moon, and back further Heavy Duty and Century Highness, Edgewater and Rick Zeron. 28-4. They trot the opening quarter, and they work around the turn. War We Whiz second, Holiday Dream is third, All Muscle and Sass is fourth, and then Jula Magician is racing 5th as the field comes off the turn and works on towards us. Edgewater, 1 to 5 on the board, leads by 2.5 or 3. Then War We Whiz and Holiday Dream is racing positioned third, and then 4th is All Muscle and Sass, and now they work their way past the 5/8. 5th is Jula Magician in front of Moscow Moon. And then it is back to Heavy Duty and Century Highness, but Edgewater living up to the 1 to 5 billing is starting to get away on the field. 57-4 with the half, and it is right now Edgewater by about 6 or 7 lengths. And now All Muscle and Sass has come on to pick up second. War We Whiz on the inside drops back, and then on the outside Holiday Dream, Jula Magician, Moscow Moon, and then it is Heavy Duty and Century Highness, and they work their way to the top of the stretch. Edgewater 3/4 127 and 1, and All Muscle and Sass at 21 to 1 is looking to try to pull an upset. It is Edgewater as they turn for home. Off stride went Century Highness. They come on down the stretch drive, and it is Edgewater as they come on down the lane. Edgewater, All Muscle and Sass is going to finish second, beaten about 3 or 4. Then Jula Magician is third, and then it was a Heavy Duty fourth, 158-2. Edgewater scores, lives up to that 1 to 5 billing, and certainly looked very much the part.
Yeah, much the best victory there for Edgewater. I mean, pretty impressed that All Muscle and Sass actually stayed that close and actually closed the gap on that one and didn't get beat by that wide of a margin. But look at the margin back to third. It's almost, I would say, close to the 3/4 of the length of the stretch there, and Edgewater just much the best for Rick Zeron today as the heavy favorite.
I do have to mention the inquiry sign will go up pertaining to the finish, and that break in stride of 5 Moscow Moon, who is 5th. It's with the high 5, but was off stride at the finish. And did you notice who was third in there?
I did. Jula Magician, your price play underneath 40 to 1 came around them and got up for third there. I think you had him pegged in the second spot, but hey, third's not bad. It might add some value to the high 5.
I just like stealing the value off of post 8 from the trailer post. And also, look, I saw those two races at Georgian Downs, actually called them, and I thought Jula Magician might actually handle the step up. And certainly you needed a price because you weren't getting one on top at 1 to 5.
No, definitely not. You'd had to put some prices in the second and third spot to make this high five pay, and it'll certainly help it. Holiday Dream and Worry Wiz tried to stay with Edgewater, and that was probably, led to their demise in the race because probably just a little too quick for them early on, and they both ended up fading to be, out of it. So maybe the high five with some prices in between. They pay pretty decent.
And All Muscle and Sass certainly raced it very, very well. Back in front of us is number 3, Edgewater, a 3-year-old Cadabra Bay filly, owned by Rick Ziron and James Walker. Rick Ziron's the trainer and the winning driver. 4th win this year and 4th win lifetime. Edgewater and Rick Ziron victorious in 158-2. Fans, the inquiry sign also goes up pertaining to number 7, Heavy Duty, and the break in stride of 7, Heavy Duty. Fans, correction. There will be no inquiry on 7, Heavy Duty, so the inquiry is only on 5, Moscow Moon. Fans, note the judges ruling that 5, Moscow Moon, off straight at the finish, was not lapped on and will stand 5th. 34875. The sixth race payout, 3 Edgewater, 270, 210, 224. All Muscle and Sass, $7, 420. 8 Jewel Magician, $7.30. $2 Exactor, $28.60. The dollar Try, $82.90. The dollar Win For, $37.55. And the dollar High Five, $1,486.45. The sixth race order of finish from the top, 671 25843. That's 671 25843.
All right, Edgewater with a dominant victory in race 6. Let's move on to race number 7, folks. And guess what? It's the start of the late pick 4, so start mapping out your winning wagers for that one. We're going to get started off with claimers in this race 7 on the pace. The price tag is $8,500. And I did go towards the inside of the gate, number 2, Senior K. Last time, a much the best winner at this level from the same post position. Went to the lead, never looked back. Ended up winning by 6 lengths under wraps. Does face a couple new faces in the class this time around, but they've drawn the outside, which I think is the key in this contest tonight. There's 3 claims entered on Senior K. I do think that he should be pointed towards the lead again and might be able to make every call a winning one, just like he did on September 1st over this oval. Number 6, Magical Albert, has been off since September the 14th. Since August the 31st of last year. So a year between races for Magical Albert. And, qualifier is obviously a pretty decent one when you look at the competition. Bestseller, Hanover, Onavant, Regan Blue Chip. Finished 4th, beaten 17 to those, and now comes in first start back in a year and is claimed for the price of $8,500 and was racing well, last summer here at Grand River Raceway. But, that's a long time off. And even though he's claimed tonight, he might not be, fully tight. And might need a start or two. So it'll be interesting to see how Magical Albert fares, because if he's ever the same horse he was, over the summer of last year, this time around, he'd be tough to beat in here. But he does have to work from post 6 and off that long layoff. So I put Magical Albert in the 2nd spot. But hey, he's one you need to watch out for in here. And he's taking support right now to the tune of 8-5. Number 7, Jimmy Be Good, working from an outside post, but racing at Mohawk Park and Georgian Downs against Tougher for trainer Shane Barrington. And, obviously the times he's been traveling are quicker than what you'd see from number 2, Senior K, but over bigger surfaces and post 7 tonight. He's had inside posts at Mohawk Park and Georgian Downs. Now works from an outside post here at Grand River. I just think that gives a big edge to number 2, Senior K. Jimmy Be Good, another one that's claimed with 2 claims entered. So my top 3 selections here, all claimed out of this event. Number 1, Toxicity. Broke stride from this same position last time at Flamborough Downs, and now just one that I think could maybe sit a trip and get a piece of it at 13-1. Has been racing against Tougher prior to his latest, and you can't really measure much with that break and stride off the gate. So Toxicity is one I think you hit the ticket. Price is right now as well at 9-1. But this is the start of the late pick 4. Make sure you get your wagers in for that one. We'll come back and talk about it more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 7th on parade, 1, Toxicity. Dale Spence for Carrie Saunders and Kurt Harper. Number 2 is Senior K. Colin Kelly for Kara Stacy and Clark Stacy. 3 is Kendall Bromack, Jason Bryan for W. Brian Moran. 4 is Mr. JR, Jay Harris for Bobby Joe Weinhold Harris and Joe Squires. 5 is Hercule JM, Travis Henry for Chantel Mitchell and Jacques Mercier. 6, Magical Albert, Scott Young for Anthony Beaton and David Lumsden. 7, Jimmy Be Good, Austin Sorry for Shane Barrington and Danielle Bell. And 8 is Tell Us More, Brett Padilla for Jim Wilson. Field of 8, race number 7. Let's look at this field, and I think, Rob, all eyes will be on Senior K. Likely to fire early. Went to the front last race in the first to start for Kara Stacy, and then just romped. And probably it's the same game plan in here, I think.
I would think so. Post 2 again this time around, and I think that the horses that are his main competition have drawn towards the outside of the gate. So he's going to want to blast out of there and try to get as far in front of those ones as he can. 6-5 on the board, not much value right now, but if he comes back to his latest, he should be very difficult to beat.
And he's also pretty formful. 3 wins and a third beaten half a length in his past 4 starts, and also one with back class. Others to look at. Let's take a look at number 6, Magical Albert, and has claims in. And Magical Albert, as you mentioned, has been off more than a year, August 31st from last year. This is certainly one that flashed us some good things here last summer, and a 3-time winner last year. 54-2 here just last year for a mark as a 6-year-old. Magical Albert is 2-1. What do you make of that qualifier?
The qualifier was okay. I mean, sat a 2-hole in there and ended up getting beat, 17 lengths. But look at the competition. Bestseller Hanover, who takes on, some of the best mares at Mohawk Park. En Avant, who is, an upper condition class, maybe going to progress into something better than that, and Regan Blue Chip. So horses that would all be, 1 to 100 or less in here if our pari-mutuel system allowed it. So the qualifier to me is not a concern. It's more so just being off a year. Even with a qualifier, that's not racing, right? So I just have a hard time, going to a horse that's been off that long. And now, of course, gets claimed in his first start back.
Number 7, Jimmy Be Good, has lots of back class and 30 lifetime wins, and is one that, 9-2 on the board. You see this one flashing early speed sometimes, but also we'll see what the plan is for Jimmy Be Good. What do you think it might be? Certainly the barn is having a good year.
Yeah, Jimmy Be Good's an interesting one because I think if he could ever get away somewhere within striking range, he's dangerous in here at 6-1 because been racing against much tougher, and it's just post 7 is so difficult here, Gary. You know that, especially in pacing events, and I just think it gives such a big advantage to Senior K and his really gate speed. So I think if Jimmy Be Good can get somewhere forwardly placed, even just beat a couple off the gate, it's going to improve his chances dramatically.
Number 1, Toxicity, raced in this class at Flamborough last race and made an early break. Was 8-1 in that one, 10-1 now.
I just think Toxicity is one that's flying below the radar in here, especially as an underneath play at 10-1 on the board. Should be able to just get off the gate as long as he minds his manners, get off the gate and sit a trip, and hopefully you'll be able to get a piece of it on the trifecta.
And number 8, Tell Us More, is coming in off of a couple of romping wins, but they were both post 1 at Hanover. Now has to deal with the outside. But you do get 12-1. It's a field of 8 for race number 7. Taking up their positions, Toxicity, Senior K, and Kennebrew back on the inside. In the center, Mr. JR and Hercule Jam to the outside. Magical Albert, Jimmy Be Good, and Tell Us More. Field of 8, race number 7. Here they come. Field for the 7th race is at the start of the rough, and Senior K will gun home. Magical Albert, Hercule JM, Jimmy Be Good from the outside, and Toxicity on the inside is pressing on through. Toxicity and Senior K. Senior K wants to press on, but Toxicity's got the inside. Senior K is forced to work on, and Senior K, striding up now, is going to grab the front, then Toxicity in the pocket. Hercule JM is 3rd, Magical Albert 4th, and Kennebrew is racing 5th. Then Jimmy Be Good and Mr. JR and Tell Us More, and they race on past that opening quarter. Senior K at 3-5's got the lead in front by 2. Toxicity is racing 2nd at 8-1, and then 3rd is Hercule JM. Magical Albert is 4th in the early action. Then Kennebrew. Now Jimmy Be Good is stepped to the outside, giving cover to Mr. JR as they race their way off the turn, and then Tell Us More is trailing the field. It is Senior K. Here comes a blasting Jimmy Be Good on the outside. Toxicity still sits to the inside. Mr. JR is on the move now, and Hercule JM 59-1 is the halftime as they race into the backstretch. A 31-1 second panel breather for Senior K. Jimmy Be Good, Toxicity on the inside, then Hercule JM, Mr. JR, Magical Albert, Kennebrew, and Tell Us More is trailing the field. Senior K has the lead, but Jimmy Be Good is looking pretty good on the outside, is getting threateningly close. Three quarters was up in 128 and 1, and it is Senior K driving on. Jimmy Be Good might have flattened out. There goes Hercules JM to the outside, and then Magical Albert is following Hercules JM. Toxicity on the inside. They are about to turn for home. Senior K and Hercules JM. Magical Albert is driving late. It is Senior K as they come on to the finish. Senior K is able to score it for Colin Kelly. Then second is Hercules JM, Magical Albert, and Jimmy Be Good. 158 flat. Senior K was 3-5 on the board. Got a breather in the second panel, and what is a fine form at the finish, Rob.
Yeah, and that's what we kind of noted, right? Was Senior K just had such a big advantage over some of the main contenders in the race that drew to the outside, and I really felt that the ones he had to beat were further outside in the gate. He got to the lead, and that 31 and 1 second quarter was all it took. And you can't blame Austin Story for coming hard with Jimmy Be Good because he has no choice. He has to, because if he floats up, well, guess what? Senior K is going to even get a slower third quarter and middle half, and then it's going to be lights out. So he did what he had to do to try to win the race with Jimmy Be Good. It didn't work out, but you're really left with no choice when the fractions are that slow up front. And Scott Young with Magical Albert, I think he did what he could to get the biggest piece of the pie for that one. When one's been off a year, you can't really go out and drive the horse too aggressively, right? He probably needs the effort, and I think he certainly did tonight, and was closing decently to just miss the place spot.
Number 5, Hercules Jam, was second to Senior K last time out, and second to start before that to May 2-4. Managed to be second here, and was at a very healthy 30-1.
Yeah, Hercules JM just doesn't really get too much respect in here tonight. What was bet down to just a shade below 3-1 last time. I know we said we saw a lot of early money on that one. We said we don't really think he's a win candidate, but he can hit the ticket. Well, he did. He finished second, and second before that at 9-2, and then all of a sudden, because there's some other horses coming in tonight, the fresh faces, he goes off at 30-1, so should make it a pretty decent exacta and everything else as well.
It's a 2-5-6-7. Coming back in front of us is number 2, Senior K. 8-year-old Better's Delight Bay Gelding. Opa Clark Stacy and Kara Stacy. Kara Stacy is the trainer. Colin Kelly, the winning driver. It's the 5th win this year, 22nd lifetime for Senior K. 158 flat. Fans, the inquiry sign goes up. The judges reviewing racing action going down the backstretch heading to 3 quarters. The inquiry sign is up. Fans note the inquiry will not affect the numbers on the board. The seventh race payouts to Senior K, $3.40, $3 to 30. 5 Hercules JM, 860 and 760, and 6 Magical Albert, $3.80. Dollar pick 3, $13.05. $2 exactor, $26. Dollar try, $62.65. The dollar super, $192.35. The seventh race order of finish from the top says 715-62348. That's 715-62348. And the claims. To Senior K, the new trainer will be Gary McDonald. Number 6, Magical Albert. The new trainer, Vic Putty. And number 7, Jimmy Be Good, also claimed out of the 7th race. Jimmy Be Good, the new trainer, Gary McDonald.
All right, folks. Well, it's time to take a look at race number 8. It is our preferred trot on the evening. And interesting dynamic to this one. The horses are handicapped by their earnings in their last 3 starts. That gives my top selection, Lost Ballykill Amigo, the outside post, which is post 6, so not too far outside. But I went to that one on top in this preferred trot, and last time won an invitation event at Hanover on August the 28th, and I had a couple of, just say, okay efforts at Georgian Downs before that. But if you look at the form here at Grand River, it was really fantastic. Won 3 in a row here earlier in the summer, and it was actually extended a win streak to 5 in a row from before the lockdown, and those other 2 being at Western Fair. And the preferred event here, last time this one raced in the preferred, well, finished second with a horse that ended up getting the better of this one, was by the name of Cool Muscle. Cool Muscle went on to Mohawk Park, ended up getting a win, in a mid-condition race, and now has made his way up all the way to the preferred level, and has been racing moderately in there. But that's a far cry from this class, and I just think that if Lost Ballykill Amigo is in striking range, he's going to be hard to hold off in here. In this short field of 6. He is my top selection right now, 9-2 on the board, providing some value with the betting public going in different directions. Number 2, Bastiano, raced really well last time, finished second to Sicario, and the time before that went first over a long way before finishing third. And, inside post work from today, I think we're going to see this one forwardly placed, probably sent to the lead. 4-1 on the board is nice value in Bastiano. Number 3, Tamla Houdini. Came off was off a week in his latest, ended up finishing 5th, and one that I think is post dependent sometimes, need to be inside from the trailing post 2 back, ended up finishing 2nd. Right now, 2-1 on the board, though, too short of a price on number 3, Tamla Houdini, although I do think he does have a chance. Number 5, Wild and Crazy Guy, classy veteran trotter, 4-1 on the board. It just depends on the trip. If this one get it to way to the lead or be forwardly placed, he definitely has a chance. 45 lifetime wins, over 640,000 in the bank. But I see the preferred trotters are already moving out into the track. We'll talk about it more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 8th on parade. 1 horse trader, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker in Oakley Farm. Number 2 is Bastiano, Scott Quiller for Shane Arsenault and Bernie Barr. 3 is Tamil Houdini, Travis Henry for Steve Bossens and the stable. 4 is Vabron, Jay Harris for Paul Cameron and TJ stable. And 5 is Wild and Crazy Guy, Martin Lachance for Yves Brunet and Theodore Goritz. And 6 Lost Ballykill Amigo, Bob Glover, Joshua McKibben, and Ballykill Racing. Field of 6, race number 8. A nice field of trotters for this one, Rob, and we both landed on 6 Lost Ballykill Amigo. You look at all those wins that he's got on the card this year, and actually I thought the most impressive effort was his second here from the trailer post in this class, July the 21st. That was a huge effort. 3-1. I like that price.
Yeah, and only got caught by Cool Muscle, right? And we know how good that one is. So no shame in losing to that rival. And like you said, Gary, that was an impressive effort. And it's the feet you see on his card here at Grand River, but probably you're right. It was his most impressive effort. Post six, and not really a big concern from the outermost post because I think he can do it either way. He's one that's shown speed before and can do it on the front end or do it when he's close or come from off the pace. And then here it won't be too far off in a field of six. And taking support now to the tune of 9-5, and I think we'll see this one probably go off at that or maybe a shade lower come post time.
And you get primetime Bob McClure driving as well, although this evening, I guess you got to call him part-time Bob. First to drive here this evening, just hustling over. He lives close by. There is number 2, Bastiano. Could be dangerous in here. Should fire to the front, or it could at least maybe be one who gets a nice trip off of post 2. But I could see him maybe trying to make the front because he can be really good on the lead. 5-1.
Yeah, I think he will, go out for the lead, and it'll be hard to hold him out because, Horse Trader on the inside of him does have a little bit of speed, but Bastiano can leave out with the best of them, and he's done it from post 4 in his last 5 starts. He's been forwardly placed except for 1-3 back, and I think Scott Coulter's going to want to be either in the 2-hole or trying to cut this. So 5-1 on the board. Bastiano's done nothing wrong at this level in his last couple starts, and maybe tonight's the night that he breaks through, but I will stick with Los Balikilamigo even though he's down to even money now.
And Timel Houdini is one that should get our attention because Timel Houdini does a lot of things right, a lot of starts. The last one wasn't quite up to his level, but he can be really dangerous in here. He is often a factor.
Yeah, I definitely think that he's one that you have to be concerned about in here. Last time looks like just an inside trip and not much came of it. But now you get post 3 to work from, 3-1 on the board. And, for me earlier on, he was a bit of an underlay. If that price floats up, then he might be one that you can take a look at. I just, get a little bit concerned with his last effort. But again, probably just an inside trip that maybe he should be brave from now.
Number 5, Wild and Crazy Guy is hard for me to figure because 2 races against Lesser, he really romped. 56-2 is a nice time. And then last time out, he really didn't show me a lot. He was out 3 wide, but still, I didn't think that he had a lot of a go. And it was a mile of 59 for Wild and Crazy Guy. But look at 643,000. Wild and Crazy Guy is definitely a strong one, and it's not a crazy idea to take him in here for a share. 9-2.
Yeah, probably one that gets really brave one on the front end. I mean, he's 45 lifetime wins, so when he probably feels good about himself when he's on the lead, and maybe that's what happened 2 back. Not sure if he can get there tonight. He might try to from post 5, but he's one that if he gets the right kind of trip and he gets into the race, he's dangerous just because he's got a nose for the wire and more wins than anyone else in this field. That's for sure.
And Rob, we both have 6-2-3 as our top 3, but you used the 5 underneath. I used the 1 Horse Trader last time out in this class, post position 1. Managed to use the post to get away well enough to finish 3rd. 17-1.
Yeah, big price on Horse Trader, and should be pushing out for position. Not sure what the trip looks like after that. But one that, if you can ever, shake loose in the closing stages, maybe you can get a piece of it. 17-1 is a nice price on one you get from the pole position.
It's a field of 6 for race number 8, preferred 2 and 3 trot. And taking up their positions, it'll be a Horse Trader with Bastiano. In the center, Tamaludini and Fabron. To the outside, Wild and Crazy Guy, Los Balikilamigo. It's a field of 6 for the 8th race. Here they come. Field for the 8th race is at the start of the rough. And Bastiano is going to leave. Tamaludini and Wild and Crazy Guy. Horse Trader on the inside. Fabron. Los Balikilamigo is relaxed away and trailing the field. And it is Bastiano wants to be the boss in this one and has got him. Tamaludini is racing on the outside and now is able to move up and fill the pocket in behind Bastiano. Then it is Horse Trader racing 3rd. Wild and Crazy Guy. Fabron. Los Balikilamigo trails them to the opening quarter. And Bastiano Bastiano. And Scotty Calder is on the lead as they work their way on past that opening quarter, 27-4. Timel Houdini is racing second. Horse Trader third. Now Wild and Crazy Guy is going to move first over. Then it is Veyron. Las Amigo is still trailing the field. They race off the turn. They come on towards us, and it is Bastiano who takes them up to the half of a 27-4 opening quarter. Wild and Crazy Guy with enthusiasm on the outside is coming alongside Bastiano. 58 seconds flat the halftime. And got a 30-1 second panel breather, did Bastiano. Wild and Crazy Guy to the outside pressuring. Timolodini is third, and then it is Veyron to the outside, and now being followed by Los Amigos to cope, but still has some work to do. Horse Traders on the inside, second from last. They race on towards three quarters, and it is Bastiano who's got a lead, but now there goes Los Amigo, three wide, and is sprinting up on the outside, and has come on to take over second, and is bearing down on Bastiano. It is now Los Amigo and Bastiano 127-2. Los Amigo. Bastiano's on the inside trying to fend off Los Amigo, and then it is Wild and Crazy Guy, and Timolodini and Veyron and Horse Trader. They come on down the stretch drive. Los Amigo. Bastiano's fighting back on the inside. On the outside, Los Amigo. Los Amigo. Bastiano fought back on the inside and rejected Los Amigo. Horse Trader came on up the inside to pick up third. 158-1. That was a surprising stretch drive, I would say, Rob.
That was a big move by Los Amigo. I thought he was going to cruise right by, but that's not easy to do here at Grand River. And Bastiano ends up turning him away, and it still looks like he's going to get up, and then just can't get there. Huge effort from Bastiano, who I thought, would be on the lead tonight. And when this one gets to the lead, he's a different horse, right? He's one that really swells up. So big effort from Bastiano.
I would say most people, if you polled them at halfway around that final turn, would have given you 95% plus would have said Los Amigo is going to go on by. But Bastiano showed me some toughness. And here's a look at the finish. It does get relatively close. I probably was a little bold saying that Bastiano won it, but I think I got away with it.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a bit of an inside edge here at Grand River, and it was again like it looked like you're right. It looked like Los Amigo was going to go by them and open up by many, but when he got alongside Bastiano, that one just dug in, and it was a real nice race to the wire, and they had a real wide margin over the rest of them, and this is a pretty solid field top to bottom. So impressive, even though they did come home and in over 30 seconds. Still an impressive effort from each of these trotters.
And I know all eyes were on those two, but did you notice who came on late to pick up a third? Number one, Horse Trader, 15-1.
There you go. You got your price horse in the third spot, and should add some value to this. Los Amigo actually went up to 2-1, at post time. So, Bastiano's 7-2. This should pay all right.
Yes, Bastiano really proved us something in the stretch drive, and also Scotty Calder, a fine drive. It is the driving hat trick on the evening for Scott Calder. Bastiano's a 7-year-old Angus Hall, brown gelding, owned by Bernie Barr of Georgetown. Shane Arsenault is the trainer. It's the third win this year, a 23rd lifetime, and it is Bastiano. Scotty Calder, the Tan Tornado, storms to victory 3 times on the evening here in Elora at Grand River Raceway. Eighth race payouts to Bastiano. Pays 9, 10, 480, 256. Las Amigo, 490, 310. One horse trader, 450. $2 exactor, 44.60. Dollar try, $68. Dollar super, 203.10. Eighth race. Order of finish from the top, 315642. That's 315642.
Bastiano with one of the grittiest efforts you'll see. Look like he was beat by Lost Ballykiel Amigo, but battled back to get the job done. Nice effort, though, from both those trotters to go well clear of their rivals in that preferred contest. Well, time flies when you're having fun, folks. We're already at race 9, which means there's one more chance to make a multi-leg wager, the late double. Here in race 9, we've got Philly Amir's Claimers, and it is a handicap race with prices of $8,500 or $10,500. And, well, we go to the outside of the gate to the horse that's one of the horses that has the highest price tag. That's number 6, Erica Shadow. Last time rebounded in a big way, and I mean a big way. From post 3, went to the lead, held a wide margin throughout before winning by 6 under wraps to the wire for Travis Cullen. And this was one that earlier in the season we saw go to the barn of Rachel Andrew and really turn it around. Raced 3 times in 7 nights and actually had a third and 2 wins over that stretch, and then had added another win over a span of just 2 weeks. So Erica Shadow is one that when she's on her game, she's difficult to beat in this class, and I think she will be again tonight. She goes further outside from post 3 to post 6, but showed some incredible speed off the gate last time. We might see that again tonight, and she might try to cross over in front of them all before that first turn, or at least around that turn. Even money on the board, not much value from the outside post, but she should be difficult to beat, that's for sure. Number 1, Coal Creek Lacey is one that I do like for second. Finished second at that one last time, but was 6 lengths in arrears at the wire. And, ended up going first over, but just could never get to that rival. Never really mounted any kind of a serious charge, but maybe we'll see something better tonight from the pole position from Coal Creek Lacey, but had post 2 last time. So I'm not sure what will change to make her, get the better of Erica Shadow. I like her for second, though, right now at 5-1. Number 2, If You Knew Susie. Last time had the 6 hole, got away 6th to close a couple of positions. Now, we always see If You Knew Susie do well when she draws inside, and that's why Gary Guy's going to her. We both kind of played a game with If You Knew Susie all season long. When she draws inside, we go to her. When she draws outside, we don't. I see Gary's played that game tonight. I didn't. I just think Erica Shadow might be too tough, but I respect what he's doing there, especially at 8-1 right now. And If You Knew Susie, if that price holds up, she's the value of the race, because she might be one that's going to try to go right on down the road in here. And then in the 4th spot, number 3, Chocolate Milk Toast. Was a winner at Clinton last time in an optional 8,500 claimer, and has turned in some decent efforts here at Grand River as well. Back-to-back third place finishes, and really has every right to pick up another share in here, especially from post 3. Has had the rail, luxury of having the rail in her last 3 efforts, but post 3, should serve her well here tonight to land somewhere, in the top 4 on that superfecta wager. But right now, Erica Shadow 4-5 on the board, taking support. But Gary going to If You Knew Susie, I like that. 9-1 now. The form is underwhelming, but if you go back and look at her inside post positions, that's when she really has shined at this level and the one below it. So I don't mind her at 7-1. I thought she would take more support, but we'll come back and discuss this race a little further with Gary after the post break.
Field for the ninth on Parade 1, Coal Creek Lacey, prepping out of Richard Morrow and Don Beeland and Michelle Gaudreau. Number 2, If You Knew Susie, Colin Keller for Kyle Bossens and Daryl Newbegin. 3 is Chocolate Milk Toast, Natasha Day for Sean Hyatt and Gary Bickford. And 4 is Senior Beach Babe, Jay Harris for Bruce Goyd and Allison Hepburn. 5 is Rosella, Scott Young for Daryl Laver and Leanne Davidson and John Webb. And number 6, Erica's Shadow, Travis Cullen for Rachel Andrew. Field of 6, race number 9. Let's stay right there with number 6, Erica's Shadow. Rob's top pick on the board, 4 to 5. Popped up to 6 to 5, but Rob, come post time, I think it's going back down. This horse went off at about 2 to 5 or 1 to 2 last time out, and won by 6 lengths and looked so sharp that I imagine 4 to 5 might be the highest it sits at. I could be wrong with that, but I wanted to take a flyer against what I think will be a heavy price. Man, did Erica Shadow look good last time out, though.
Yeah, she did. She looked fantastic, and it's interesting because it was the same. She dropped down and now kind of moves back up to the level where she kind of didn't perform well at, but it's actually kind of more like the same class because the cap on this one for the price tag is $10,500. She faces pretty much, similar horses in here. And I think she's going to be very difficult to beat. 6 to 5 on the board right now, down to 3 to 5 now. Gary, you're probably right. She might be a shade below even money come post time.
And the thing also with Erica's Shadow, went to the front from post 3 last race. Kind of surprised us how hard she left out. Not sure if that could be the plan here with If You Knew Susie down towards the inside. So it might unfold differently and be a little more work for Erica's Shadow, but certainly she has looked up to it. 1 Coal Creek Lacey can be a trip horse in here from the inside, although last time out had post 2 and got away 4th, but still managed to finish second to Erica's Shadow.
Yeah, she doesn't have a lot of gate speed. That's one of her downfalls for sure. And usually she gets away from an inside post, gets away 3rd or 4th, and has to grind. She did that last time and wasn't able to cut into the margin at all. And in fact, Erica Shadow ran further away from her come the wire. But she has won first over in this class in the past. And those, if you looked further down the page, and I just think that 8 to 5 is a lot shorter than I was expecting. She is my pick in the second spot, but I'll be honest, I prefer the price on your top choice, number 2, If You Knew Susie.
Well, the thing with If You Knew Susie, I just thought this was a place to maybe try to outsmart the tote board. But still, it's not the logical pick on top. But you do get 9 to 1, and she's a different animal when she can make the lead from the inside. Although that 1-2 races ago, it's kind of tired and didn't look up to herself. But if she races up to herself, and look, it's a sharp barn that of Kyle Boston, so I'm putting my faith in Kyle as well. We've seen some nice things in the past from this one.
Oh, we certainly have, and it would not surprise me one bit if she went to the lead and try to make every call a winning one. And like right now, you're getting 10 to 1 on a horse that really should not be that price. And Coal Creek Lacey and Chocolate Milk Toast both taking, a lot of support, 2 to 1 and 5 to 2. I understand Erica Shadow at 1 to 1 at even money, but I do think If You Knew Susie should be, much lower price than the 10 to 1 she offers right now.
And Chocolate Milk Toast has shown really good form and also was a third to Artistic Meadow. And Artistic Meadow is a good measuring stick. Chocolate Milk Toast is sitting at 2 to 1, getting well bet, but the form is good.
Yeah, the form is good. I do think she's overbet though at 2 to 1.
Absolutely. Well, considering 6 to 5, I don't think she's the second best one in here. We'll see how it unfolds. Right now it is the field of 6 for the 9th race taking up their positions. It's Coal Creek Lacey on the inside with If You Knew Susie. In the center, Chocolate Milk Toast and Senior Beach Babe. And to the outside, Rosella and Erica's Shadow. Field of 6, race number 9. Erica's Shadow on the board at even money. And If You Knew Susie, my top one, is sitting at 7 to 1 as they turn into the stretch drive. Field for the 9th race is at the darting their off, and it is If You Knew Susie, Senior Beach Babe on the inside, Coal Creek Lacey, and Erica's Shadow is leaving into that first turn, but is still out 3 wide. On the inside, Coal Creek Lacey, If You Knew Susie, Coal Creek Lacey using that post one advantage. If You Knew Susie's going to take back and now find the pocket. Erica's Shadow comes away third. Senior Beach Babe is fourth, and then Rosella and Chocolate Milk Toast. It is Coal Creek Lacey and Brett McDonald with the lead as they race to the opening quarter. If You Knew Susie sits the pocket. Erica's Shadow is racing third as they work past the quarter in 27-2. Then Senior Beach Babe, and Erica's Shadow's going to pop out right now. Senior Beach Babe is working on the outside, second over. Then it is Rosella, and back further to is Chocolate Milk Toast. They race off the turn. Coal Creek Lacey and Brett McDonald with the lead. Here comes Erica's Shadow to force the issue. If You Knew Susie, it's right there on the inside third. And then Senior Beach Babe, and back to Rosella and Chocolate Milk Toast. 27-2 opening quarter, 57 second, halftime 29-3 second pedal breather. Coal Creek Lacey, Erica's Shadow on the outside. If You Knew Susie is racing third as they work their way on into the backstretch, and then 3 wide from the backfield comes Rosella. It is still Coal Creek Lacey, Erica's Shadow, and then If You Knew Susie is not able to keep up right now and getting some urging, and then it is Rosella, Senior Beach Babe, and back to Chocolate Milk Toast. Erica's Shadow had to work hard, but now has got the lead and is looking sharp and leads by 3. Coal Creek Lacey second, Rosella third. If You Knew Susie, and then back to Senior Beach Babe and Chocolate Milk Toast. Erica's Shadow, 3/4, 125-4. Erica's Shadow did it the hard way, but it doesn't seem to really matter because Erica's Shadow was very sharp. And off of 3/4, 125-4, 155-4 to win. Rosella came on to pick up second and then close for third. But Erica's Shadow, it didn't look good, the early setup for Erica's Shadow, but boy, it didn't really matter.
No, it didn't. She's just razor sharp right now. She's back to the form that she was, in earlier in the summer, maybe even better because Travis Cullen's a statue with the bike and the stretch there. And, Coal Creek Lacey, ended up showing us a new part of her game because she's never been able to get away like that off the gate, even when she's had the pole position before. And she left out in 27-2 and put everyone behind her, even If You Knew Susie, who can be a rocket off the gate, and Erica Shadow had to drop into the 3-hole as well. So I was surprised to see that, but it ended up not mattering because Erica Shadow still, got past that 101 by a wide margin.
Yeah, and If You Knew Susie seemed to lose interest not being able to get to the front. I'm not sure if it would have mattered because Erica's Shadow looked like it wouldn't have mattered how the race unfolded. Was the best one in there and was going to prove it.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think the race was really ever in doubt for Travis Cullen and Erica's Shadow. Coal Creek Lacey, ends up, still, turning in a decent enough effort against the rest of her rivals. And Rosella was one that kind of surprised me in there, and one that's kind of jumped up in this class from time to time to get a big piece of it.
Well, the one thing that I did call right was the tote board. 1-2 on the board. Tried to go against 1-2, but that ended up being a dumb idea. Erica's Shadow back in front of us was clearly the best. Erica's Shadow, 5-year-old Shadow Play Bay Mare, owned by Rachel Andrew and Travis Cullen. Rachel is the trainer. Travis Cullen, the winning driver. 5th win this year, 7th lifetime. Erica's Shadow, 155-4. Ninth race payout, 6 Erica's Shadow, $3 to 42.50. 5 Rosella, 10.10, 3.30. 1 Coal Creek Lacey, $3, $2 exactor, 23.10. The dollar try, 26.60. And the dollar super, $65. Ninth race, so her finish from the tops at 3, 4, 6, 5, 2, 1. That's 3, 4, 6, 5, 2, 1.
Another dominant victory by Erica's Shadow in race number 9. We move on, though, to our final dash of the evening. And you get one more chance to play that super high 5 wager, as Gary likes to call it, the Pentafecta, here in race number 10. And they typically pay very well, so start mapping out your winning tickets for that one. I decided to go to one that I thought raced fantastic last time in this class. That's number 5, Madam Sherry. She raced, got the 2-hole from post 2 and really was under no urging to go by in the stretch and won with ease. Did get a perfect trip, but I just love the body language of the horse and driver in the stretch drive. And now comes back in the class, does draw a little bit further outside, but I think Madame Sherry has enough speed to get forwardly placed, and it should be a major factor in here again. Was racing against much tougher at Mohawk Park and non-winners of 6 prior to that, and raced against the likes of Ritson, HP Mama B, Meadow Branch Noble, Heaven's Door Hanover, and even one in the bottom condition there on July the 27th. So for me, I'm going to go in that one's direction, 9-5 on the board right now. The price is pretty short, but I was expecting, probably around that price, or hopefully maybe more like, I don't know, maybe 5-2 is what I was hoping for. And I am trying to beat a horse I thought would take money, number 7, Power and Grace, just because of that outside post position. Number 2, Time Will Riggs, is one that does have speed off the gate when it is deployed, and 8-1 on the board right now. This is one that might be able to blast out of there and get the trip of the race. And if Time Will Riggs gets that, sometimes he does, get pretty brave and might be able to produce, a decent effort tonight from that post 2. And, I did put this one in the second spot along with Ontario Racing. I see Gary went to Time Will Riggs on top. So a little bit of a bold pick there for Mr. Gary Guy, 8-1 on the board. Time Will Riggs is one that can swell up off a trip, and he might be bound for that from post 2 with lots of speed in this contest tonight. Number 3, Gold Edition, I thought didn't race poorly last time from post 6. Ended up making a wide move, ended up finishing 4th, grabbing a small share of it. 9-1 on the board tonight, draws a much better post to work from, and was a winner, basically at this level 3 starts back, and did so impressively when he beat Timel Houdini. So I think Gold Edition might be a bit of an X factor in here and might be able to get the job done, or at least, land somewhere on the ticket to add some value. But he's taking support right now to the tune of 9-1. Hopefully that price will float up a little higher come post time. Number 4, Herb's Journey, was the runner-up to Madame Sherry last time. Sat an inside trip and then, ended up just coming up the passing lane to finish second. And maybe this one can, get away off the gates and the pylons and try to trip out to get another share of it tonight. I'm not sure if Herb's Journey, is a win candidate. He's over 19 on the season. I've seen him in a few spots where it looks like he might be able to get the job done, and he just hasn't, but he has hit the board in 7 of those attempts, and maybe tonight he can do so again. 13-1 on the board. Number 7, Power and Grace, I did put in the bottom end of my super high 5. I'm if she can blast off from the 7 hole and make the lead or get a favorable spot, then she obviously has a big chance in here, because she is probably the class of the field, or one of the ones that is among the class of the field. 8-5 on the board, though, from the 7 hole. It's going to have to really all work out in her favor for her to get the job done. So I did side against that one, thinking that she would take a lot of support. I prefer her from an inside post. That start from the trailing post 2 back would even be not a bad starting spot for Power and Grace. Really, really nice mare, one that tries hard every time, but for me, taking a stand against her in the top positions, looking for a bigger payout in this super high 5. But the Trotters are making their way onto the track. We'll come back and do it one more time with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 10th on parade. 1, Red Hot Torch, Jason Ryan for an Upward Company. Number 2 is Time Will Riggs, Scott Young for Mark Etzel. 3 is Gold Edition, Blair Burgess for Sterling Fisher and Krenos in Burgess. For Herb's Journey, Scott Kohler, Duncan Brewer, and Michelle Brennan and Randall Urquhart. 5 is Madame Sherry, Colin Kelly for Clark Abilby and Coyote Wind Farms. Number 6, Wish You'd Tell Me, Austin Sorney for Mitchell Tierney and Triple S Equine. And number 7 is Power and Grace, Brad McDonald for Ron McDonald and Hartel Maintenance and Lorimer McClure. And 8, Cena Magician, Greg Dustin for Jennifer Pinkerton. It's a field of 8. Race number 10, the final dash featuring the Super High 5 and the Pentafecta. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with 5, Madame Sherry. Heavily bet last MO in this class was about 2 to 1, 2 to 5 rather, or a little bit less than that, but still got the job done. 8 to 5 now, probably going to hold somewhere around there. Madame Sherry is probably going to be pretty tough in here, Rob.
I think so. This is a tougher group, though. I think it's definitely a tougher group than last time. You add in someone like Power and Grace and a couple others in here, and maybe even a better post for a couple of them as well. But I really like the way that she finished her mile off. She got a perfect trip, and the good news about that is that she didn't really get used too hard in victory. All right, because she kind of just coasted by before the wire to get the job done. So 8 to 5 on the board right now, 2 to 1. I mean, I'd like to see 2 to 1 or maybe a touch higher. But I do think she is the best in here.
And we're looking at 2-time rig score down, and that probably is the game plan. You go back to June the 20th at Georgian Downs when the last time this one made the early lead, romped to victory by more than 2 in 55 and won at Georgian. I'm looking for Table Riggs to make the early lead, 5 to 1.
Yeah, he's one that swells up on the lead or in the pocket and usually races really well when he gets away in one of those spots. And I think that's probably what he's destined to get tonight off the gate. He has been one to flash a lot of early speed when it's summoned off the wings of the gate. And 9 to 2 on the board. I don't fault you for going in that direction because we see that speed bias here so often at Grand River, and maybe he can utilize it to his favor tonight.
Gold Edition beat this Class 3 races ago, made a break the next start, so last time out maybe relaxed away early and being cautious not to break again, but now Gold Edition with that flat line, I think looms in here 8 to 1.
I think so too. I put this horse in the third spot, but I think he looks fantastic on the track right now. Blair Burgess has a pretty big hold of him, and he looks like he's fired up. And you know what? We don't want to sleep on this one's chances to go to the front. How about that line from the 10 hole when he got to the front in 27 and 2? So he certainly has a snap off the gate. Maybe we'll see that tonight. We'll see him more forwardly placed after having the 6 hole last time and ended up, really racing reasonably well to finish fourth.
Number 4, Herb's Journey, winless in 19, but hit the board a good number, and especially of late, the last 2 was good last time out to finish second to Madame Sherry. And you get 4 to 1 Herb's Journey. I don't like Herb's Journey on top, but I do believe belongs on the ticket somewhere.
I think he's willing to hit the ticket again, and that's what he's kind of done this season, right? He's winless on the year in 19, hit the board in 7 of those outings, and I just think that if he can get on the pylons and get a positive trip, then he can come forward and get a piece of it. How high up the rankings can he do? I put him in the 4th spot, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him land on the trifecta.
I think number 7, Power and Grace, if she were to race to her level compared to all the others here, she'd be the one to beat in here. Post position 7 is the equaling factor. Power and Grace, though, still is one that can fire, and maybe at least Brett McDonald could maybe leave well enough to find a seat. We saw that in the past couple cards here where horses from the outside, especially with Travis Henry, was leaving well enough to find a spot and then get the job done. 5 to 1 Power and Grace.
I think that's got to be what the game plan is with Power and Grace. Really, it's the only chance she has. She doesn't really race that well when she isn't put into the race early. She's got to be put into play to have a chance. I'm just not sure how it works out because there's speed directly to her inside. Madame Sherry's got to be going forward off the gate. You've got Time-O Riggs. So, yeah, maybe if she can slot in 4th or 5th, that might work out. But it might be harder to get away better than that.
It certainly does look like there'll be a fair amount of early speed along to the inside in this one. It's a good field, though. It's a field of 8, the 10th and final dash featuring the Super High 5, the Pentafecta. It'll be Red Hot Torch on the inside with Tom Riggs in Gold Edition. In the center, Herb's Journey, Madame Sherry. To the outside, Wish You'd Tell Me, Power and Grace, and Cena Magician. It's a field of 8, the 10th and final dash. Field 4, race number 10, is into the stretch drive. There at the start of the round. Tamil Riggs will leave out. Red Hot Torch along to the inside. Power and Grace is gunning out from the outside. Madame Sherry. It is Tamil Riggs and Red Hot Torch. Tamil Riggs is going to come on and get the lead. And Power and Grace continues to drive on the outside. Red Hot Torch and then Madame Sherry. Power and Grace is going to fire right up and take the lead. And Tamil Riggs is racing the pocket. Then it is Red Hot Torch and Madame Sherry is racing forward. Then it is back to Gold Edition and Herb's Journey, and then Wish You'd Tell Me and Seeing a Magician. Power and Grace at 5-1 was able to power out and take the lead, and is in front by a length and a half. And Tamil Riggs is racing second, Red Hot Torch third. Madame Sherry is placed fourth as they work their way past that opening quarter of a 28-second panel, and now it is Madame Sherry who's going to come off the pylons and move out in front of Gold Edition. Then Wish You'd Tell Me, Herb's Journey, and Seeing a Magician is trailing the field. They worked on past the half with a 28 opening quarter half of 58-4, 30-4 second panel breather for Power and Grace. They work into the backstretch. Tamil Riggs is racing second, and then third. Madame Sherry is braving it first over. Red Hot Torch is on the inside racing fourth, and then Gold Edition and Herb's Journey, and Wish You'd Tell Me and Seeing a Magician. On down the backstretch for Power and Grace. That leads a length and 3/4. Tamil Riggs is on the inside and to the outside. Madame Sherry. Gold Edition is fourth, and then Red Hot Torch. Back further is Herb's Journey. Then Wish You'd Tell Me and Seeing a Magician. 3/4, 128-2. It is Power and Grace. Madame Sherry. Tamil Riggs is racing third. Gold Edition is sent off covered, is out there 3 wide and closing ground. Power and Grace, they come on down the stretch drive. Power and Grace was powerful in this one. Gold Edition is flying late. Power and Grace, Gold Edition was second. Then it was Madame Sherry and Tamil Riggs and Herb's Journey to round out the top 5, 157-4. Race number 10. Power and Grace. Well, if we'd have known she was going to leave like that, maybe we wouldn't have been afraid of the post position, Rob.
Well, if I had known she could get the lead in 28 flat and then get a middle half of a minute and 2, it makes the race pretty easy, doesn't it? I didn't see that coming out. There was a lot more speed on the inside, and no one really seemed to be utilizing it the way I thought they would be. But Power and Grace is a classy mare, and when she's put into play, listen, she's always going to bring her absolute best. I thought that she might have to get used a lot harder than that to go coast to coast in here, and that just wasn't the case. I mean, that should be a walk in the park for her. And Gold Edition, one of the ones that we looked at a price, made a really nice move. Didn't get a lot of help from Madame Sherry, actually. That one didn't even really come to call on Power and Grace at all, and Gold Edition still ended up powering up for the place spot, and maybe even gave Power and Grace a little bit of a scare at the wire.
Absolutely. That's one to keep an eye out, Gold Edition, because really was flying down the stretch drive and coming on pretty quickly. Tamil Riggs at the pocket, but just kind of expected a little bit more from there, but it was all Power and Grace in the 10th and final dash. And we talked about this one leaving well enough to then maybe get a seat on the pylons. Well, left well enough to get a nice spot on the pylons, the one in front.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was an interestingly run race there. With Madame Sherry ending up in the first over spot, and Tamil Riggs did what we thought he would do, leave out of there, and I thought he might be a bit of a threat, but ended up not happening for him. And I just think that Power and Grace might be too good of an animal for Tamil Riggs to run down, when the fractions are in her favor.
Yeah, I used Power and Grace for second on my ticket, but I was wrong because Power and Grace should have been used on top. Power and Grace at 5-1. Back in front of us is number 7, Power and Grace, a 6-year-old Holiday Road Bay mare owned by Hartel Maintenance and Lorimer McClure. Ron McDonald, the trainer. Brett McDonald, the winning drive. Third win this year, 27th lifetime. Power and Grace, 157-4. The 10th race payouts: 7 Power and Grace, 1220, 650, 360, 3 Gold Edition, 1020, and 635. Madame Sherry, 280. Dollar pick four is 106.95. The dollar high five, 874.25. $2 exactor is $72.40. Dollar try, 88.05, and the double, $19. The 10th race over a finish is a 642-53718. That is 642-53718. Well, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Wednesday evening. Action resumes on Friday. Our first race will go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good night, Gary.
Good night,